Chiefs. Wall-to-wall coverage of the AFC Championship game. Sunday from 10 a.m. till kickoff at 6:30 on the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR on the Odyssey app. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Just one player has been ruled out for the Buffalo Bills ahead of the AFC Championship game this Sunday against Kansas City. That is safety Taylor Rapp. He's been dealing with a hip injury. Was considered day-to-day to begin the week, but has missed the last two practices. Christian Benford is still in concussion protocol. He was limited this entire week, but will miss practice today due to personal reasons. And then Matt Milano and Taron Johnson both are expected to practice in full today. That according to head coach Sean McDermott. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. For pregame on Sunday, it's going to get underway at 10 a.m. and carry you all the way to kickoff at 6:30, where we'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call for the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Coaching news around the NFL. It's been a very busy last day or so. The Bucs offense coordinator Liam Cohen is staying in Florida and will be taking the Jaguars head coaching position. That became official this afternoon. The Raiders are going the veteran route. They're bringing in former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. That has not been made official, but all signs are pointing to him signing a 3-year deal with Vegas, and that leaves just two head coaching openings left, the Saints and the Cowboys. And then the Texans, they are going to be in the market for an offensive coordinator as the team is reportedly moving on from Bobby Slowick. Slowick has been with Houston the past 2 seasons. And then a reminder, catch Sal Capaccio as he takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his all-access Facebook Live from Kansas City on the WGR Facebook page. Presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the fine life with Corona Extra for the fan who never loses. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 25 with the new Chevy from Paddock. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
My dad's not here right now. He's still at work. So I'm going to blast him.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I'm going to see if there's a clean version so that my parents and the people at my school will not get mad at me. We've got the spritzer filled with water just in case if stuff gets too fire. I'm going to set up the speaker and I'm going to listen to
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I think this is the best
Mike Schopp
feature that I've heard in a long time. I think his flow is really good in it, and I like his aggressiveness on it, and
the Bulldog.
Put not enough effort in it. I think overall his flow was good, but I don't like that mobile rapping. That was my review of
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Didn't need a spritzer. Wasn't fire enough. No spritzer for you. No spritzer.
May this reflect on the Bills and their chances, but I'm sitting here watching the PGA. And I got a guy in a fairway bunker, 170 out? Like, I love this shot. And he stuck it to like 10 feet or less. I could have done that. I would have done that. I love a fairway bunker.
Shut up.
No, I do. What? So you get a certain spin. If you click it, you just get it perfect. Yeah. You get a certain reaction from the ball that you only get from the rough if you're like amazingly good, or even the fairway. Like I don't have the
I don't spin the ball at all. Yeah, I know what you mean.
The downward trajectory where the ball is going to spin, like that's no part of my thinking. That's no part of my golf game. But put me in the bunker. Like he had no lip to deal with, nothing. Like no water. Just sort of an easy.
Are you trying to
6-iron?
You trying to tell me that you prefer being in a fairway bunker to being on the fairway?
Sometimes, not always. But I'm just saying I don't mind.
Who do you think you are?
I don't mind.
Is what I want to ask you.
If I'm in that bunker, I don't mind. Like that's to me a pretty makeable shot. All you got to do is make par. So just get it up there.
For me, I don't think it's any. I don't think it's any less makeable than being in the fairway. I'm probably going to miss the green to the left by 20 yards.
Either way,
yeah, because that's usually what I do.
Then you're saying the same thing,
so I don't
which
know.
is no difference.
There's no difference, but I think.
All right.
I think I would rather not get my shoes dirty. Sand.
No, it depends on where you're playing. Football Friday is brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Start your game day the Crosby's way. Today's about feelings. Do you think... So what's the first Super Bowl you remember watching?
Tulane Stadium, Super Bowl IX, I believe, is my memory. I'm not positive. I didn't watch Super Bowls before that, but that's the one I remember. Horrible game. Minnesota Pittsburgh 13-9, 12-9,
16-6.
16-6.
Halftime score 2-0.
Oh my God. Yeah.
What's better than that?
Yeah.
2-zip.
What year is that, by the way?
That'd be January of 75.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah,
I remember watching Super Bowl 14.
I should remember ones before that, because I'm old enough to, I remember hockey games, barely, I guess, really. 73, I remember the Sabres in Montreal and the pads being measured and all that. Like, that happened.
You watched that on TV?
Yeah, I remember that.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was TV.
There was a huge 3,000-pound box that sat on the floor of your living room.
Would that have been CBC?
And took time to warm up.
Where were you watching the Sabres-Canadiens playoffs in 1973?
Wherever,
at a bar.
Wherever Sabres road games were on. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember it being a novelty that it was on.
All right.
Road games were on pretty frequently. Home games were not on at all.
So, do you think your attitude or perspective on the Bills and the Sabres in life in general would be different had they won a championship before you were old enough to remember it or to watch it? Today in Kansas City, I was on and got a question about the confidence level. And, you never speak for everybody, but you try to your best to answer the question. And from what I've read and heard this week, I think Bills fans feel really good about this game. Nothing's being taken for granted, but even yesterday when we started talking about whether they would go for two, down one with 30 seconds left after a touchdown. I mean, a number of people said to me, I guess I followed up with it saying, would you want that scenario? Would you take down one after scoring a touchdown 30 seconds to go? And a lot of people are like, no.
Right, I think we can do better than that. That was my answer.
That's what you said.
I like the Bills. I don't know, big is too much, but I like the Bills comfortably in this game. And therefore, I wouldn't sign for I need a 2-point conversion to take the lead and the possibility of a field goal on the other end of it to beat me. No, I'm not signing for that on the Thursday or the Friday before the game. I think I can do better than that.
Okay. Well, I admire that. I mean, to me, it's a little much. I mean, I think you're doing pretty well if you're in that spot, but maybe they'll do better. But anyway, we're talking about this, Cody and Alex Gold today, and how do the fans feel? Pretty good. But you guys had Super Bowl IV and the 85 Royals. If you think of the Chiefs and the Royals as the Bills and the Sabres, say. Mm-hmm. You had, depending on your age, you might have had championships that counted before you were born. And so you never had any sort of what do we have? We have sort of the idea that they're cursed or something, because not only have they not won, the Bills and the Sabres, but there have been famously controversial, agonizing losses. So there's that sort of thinking well, is it even possible to win?
Yeah.
Both are smaller markets, but Kansas City sports fans had wins from 40, 50 years ago. We have the AFL, but even that doesn't really seem to fully count.
No, I don't
it's
think...
like a division win or a conference win.
Other than the record book, and, depending on if you can remember it at all, which, if the Bills had made that first Super Bowl, clearly I would not have remembered it, because, I'm telling you here, my clock starts in 75, kind of, really. Some things in 73. I remember OJ in 73. I collected, scrapbooks and newspaper clippings and all this stuff. So, I mean, I was aware of the team. So, but all that said, you just said it with the AFL titles. I think there's a reason why, it's not just that it was the AFL and it isn't the NFL. It's also because it was 1965 and 1966. It's a long time ago. And so if they had won the first Super Bowl, the Bills, instead of the Chiefs, I don't think I feel any different as a fan. I mean, I've got something on the tote board, but I don't think it impacts my experience, my lifetime as a Buffalo fan if they won something that early. I would need to really be aware of it. But even that, like Sabres in 75, they could have won the Stanley Cup in 1975. They were in the finals against the Flyers. Or excuse me, was it called the final then? Anyway.
No, it's called the final now.
Okay. Yeah, it probably was the finals then.
Probably was, 'cause that seems normal.
Like, is that how much is that doing for me while I'm watching the Sabres miss the playoffs 14 straight years? Probably not much at all. You know, if it were 06 or something, that's different, right? I'm an adult, that I've got that in my hip pocket. Okay, so I think anything before you're able to drive even is a memory that just isn't really something you're going to be carrying around with you.
I don't either think carrying around, but it's there. Like you're not a team that's never won. You know that. If you don't remember it, then you don't. If you don't carry it around, then you don't. But you know you're on the list. You used to say the first time, I think this is right, the first time we went to a Super Bowl was Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. And didn't you say like a lot how this is really all about the winners?
Well, sure, yeah. It was
the banners.
Yeah, it was very stark that, I mean, we were already living in a world where the Bills barely registered. It was really the beginning of that. I mean, that's 03. The 03 season is when we're in Jacksonville. And yes, like all the players, all the images, it's all people who won. And I guess I should have expected that, but I really didn't. I thought I'm going to a place like the Bills matter here. The Bills matter in Super Bowl history. They did something no one else has ever done. They've been to 4 in a row. Like, they should matter here. They don't.
No, because there's no banner with the Super Bowl logo and the winning team, however that's sort of displayed with the Bills on it. There's no Super Bowl MVP. They have Len Dawson, the late Len Dawson. Super Bowl IV MVP, Hank Stram. I'm very much a child of those NFL film shows. And that's a really fun and memorable one, which is the Chiefs win. If I'm the age I am, and I was born there, I wouldn't remember that at all. But I grow up, and I've got, like, my favorite team, and it's, like, only 5 years ago when I'm old enough to remember. Like, I've got this recent team that we're still living off of. Maybe Dawson is even still on the team. You know, Hank Stram is still coaching, whatever. Like, I've got that, and I never have to... I would never be inclined to sort of sit there and be like, is this even possible to win? Because they did. You know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. Like, this is just sort of one way of looking at it. But I brought that up to the guys in Kansas City. Like, you grew up, the Royals were not, like, always great. And then in the 90s, they were kind of constantly terrible. But you have 85. And we don't have a cup. We don't have a Super Bowl championship, and I think that plays into how fans, feel about these games, and
for sure.
And now the Chiefs have 3 more,
and the Royals won
and the Royals won again,
whatever that was.
I hated that one.
13 or whatever year.
I hated that. 15. I hated that. But you're right. Like, so those two teams, which are kind of like kindred to the Bills and the Sabres, for like sort of overall notoriety or whatever thing. Now you're sitting there in Kansas City, you've got 6. And I just think, like, on a certain level, that helps you. And how do fans feel about the game? Pretty good. I think pretty good. But there is that not everybody, thinks about.
Well,
but there is that specter.
Yeah.
Like, this is your chance to win one, the first, and that makes it just feel a little bit more anxious.
Yes, I think the biggest. I think I've gotten to a place where I appreciate the point you're making, because I don't think, like I already said, if the Sabres had won in 75, I don't think I don't feel any less of the drought they're in, or any less desire to celebrate and appreciate a championship like that. And same goes for the Bills. But what it would accomplish is whether you were aware of it and collecting football cards and cutting out pictures from the Courier Express during it or not, you know a team from your town, one of the teams you root for, has hoisted the trophy. They did it. And a big thing here, I'm not hearing a lot of it this week, and I'm grateful for it. But, we'll see. There's this feeling of it's impossible. Something will go wrong. Well, it's never happened, and you can say it's never happened because they didn't win it in 1967, nor in 1975, or in 2006, or in 2020. No, it's never happened. Something always goes wrong, and so you've got that. You got to kind of fend that off. You got to push that away to try to see this game clearly, the matchup, and all that, and that can take some work. And so you'd at least have the knowledge that it's happened. However recent or not, you'd know that it can be done. And I think there are plenty of fans out there that just are waiting for someone, whether it's Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, or Andy Reid, or some unknown, faceless, nameless ghoul to stick a golf club in the spokes of our bike as we're rolling down the hill toward a Super Bowl. We're just kind of waiting for that. Where's the banana peel? And that, I think, is not as prominent if you've got a win in the bag already. However long ago it could have been. So I think that I can agree with that. That works for me.
I mean, if they make it, there's going to be so much Norwood in those 2 weeks, clips on the broadcast, whatever, the history of the franchise, the Super Bowl losses will be brought back to the surface. And if you're a team that has won instead, you just don't have any of that. And I think that could even sort of trickle into the locker room. Even last week, McDermott is getting a question about people who think Buffalo is losers. Well, that's why. It's not just that it snows or that, it's the Rust Belt, whatever the other reasons might be, but that's why. It's the sports history. So whatever. Hopefully it doesn't matter to anyone playing in this game, but I think it's something that can sit with the fans. Today I walked in and One Bills Live is taking calls like usual on their show. Their show is on when I walked in. Some of the calls they take go through us, not all. And one was, it said 4 words. The caller, there was the name, and then I can see what the screener has put through to tell the guys on that show what to expect. And it said, too nervous to eat.
Yes, I saw that too.
Too nervous to eat.
I would admit that as calm as I was all week, by Sunday afternoon, that's kind of where I was. I was really...
Last week?
Yeah, last week. Even though I liked the Bills in the game, I just was it's game time. And a lot of that was just sitting there all day waiting for it. I got to go do something. I go to the driving range or something at noon on Sunday just to get the hell out of the house for just a little while before the Eagles-Washington game kicks off, because just sitting there all day was not healthy for me. As it turned out, it turned out fine, but I got really wound up by the time the game finally kicked. And I blame the clock largely for that.
It's so late.
Just waiting all that time. So
here we go again.
But yeah, I talked I did a recording for Andrew Filippone's FanDuel show this afternoon, and he asked me similar question to what you're talking about with the guys in KC. What is the fan vibe? How is it? Cautious optimism? I'm yeah, I think it's cautious optimism, but maybe a little more than that even, because I think the vibe very much is, I think nationally you're hearing this. Ross Tucker has talked like this, I think, with us, and I certainly feel this way. It's time. It's time. Allen's excellent. The Bills have been great. They can't get past this impediment that is Mahomes and Reid and the Chiefs, and you're going to be talked about as someone or an organization that can't do it until you actually do it. Before I talked to Andrew this afternoon, I happened to come across a little screen grab on social media. Jordan's career, Allen's career. 7 years in, 0 for 3 in the playoffs, lose to the Pistons all 3 times. Pistons are going for a three-peat. That's when Jordan gets them. And, like, Josh Allen's not Michael Jordan, but, like, that works for me. You know, eventually Manning got past Brady. He didn't repeatedly get past Brady, but he did it. They did it, and they got there. Eventually the Bulls got past. Like, the guard changes, you know, eventually. The Patriots defy logic that they were as great as they were for such an extended period of time that I think we're sort of conditioned to expect the Chiefs to just be able to duplicate that. And they're well on their way. But there's still a long way to go to do that. The decade is just half over now. So it's time for somebody else to, like, you know, barge their way through the saloon doors and put their 6-shooters on the bar.
Oh, buddy. Yeah. These two teams of this era will already, I think it's decided, like, forever be linked. And this game is, the Bills can go a long way to neutralizing the Chiefs' dominance. The story so far that there is one Lord over the conference and everybody else, no matter how good they are, it just sort of works for them. Or they will just further cement their own status as a good to great team that's just Kansas City's patsy. Like, that's all that's on the line here. It's not nothing. Because the Chiefs are this close. Like, a win Sunday, and that's a first for a team going for a third straight, getting as far as the Super Bowl. That's never happened. So they're playing for that. They're playing for an unprecedented success. And what are the Bills playing for? To avoid that shadow just getting longer between them and the Chiefs. But also, like, you really do go pretty far to neutralize that advantage because the Bills have beaten them 4 times in a row in the regular season, like 4 years in a row. So I think a win Sunday on the road would make it, you know what, actually, these teams are about as good as each other and always have been.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that, the way that fans put so much more importance on the playoffs than the regular season and use the playoffs to build these grand narratives about how good everyone really is. It's only like the teams that win now that matter, like we saw or we see at Super Bowls when the banners are all up and there's no Bills logo anywhere because they didn't win a single one. There's the Bucs because they won with Brad Johnson, or there's just the Rams with Kurt Warner, but, you know, just one time is all you need to be in the club.
Right.
And, yeah, like, then you don't win the Super Bowl Sunday, but to get there and just push back against the story that the Chiefs are just above everyone.
Yeah, I do think, did this come up on your appearance on the Kansas City show, that they feel more heat about the Bengals than they do the Bills?
No, not heat, but there was a rivalry question.
Yeah.
The question was about how the Bengals chirp and how that rankled the Chiefs and the fans. And I simply said, well, because they beat them once.
That's it. Right.
And the Bills they sound deferential about the Chiefs, and they did about the Ravens. And then they won, and reportedly one of the players like, yeah, enjoy the Pro Bowl.
Right.
Like
all your 9 guys, right.
They know to keep it, you know, on the road.
Right.
But then if they win and you have some freedom to reveal your true feelings, and you're going to be like, yeah, you know,
right.
we really thought whatever it is.
I only bring that up because it does take, there's a little Red Sox Yankees here. It's not generations of it here with the Bills and the Chiefs here since 2020. But for it to be a rivalry, they have to hurt too. I got to hurt you. And the regular season wins have not put a dent in the Chiefs, really. It hurt them in seeding last year.
Not this year, though.
But not this year. And so I haven't really taken anything from you that hurt you. I think if I were a certain kind of Chiefs fan, I could sit back in my slippers and my recliner and go like, great, enjoy your win in November. That's cute. All right, but I'm going to get you when it matters.
That's what I would do.
Right. The Bills got to get them when it matters. And if they don't, then what's going to happen is the Chiefs are going to, I think, like the offseason will come and go, and next September will roll around, and the Chiefs will just feel inevitable if the Bills don't take them out here. And they go ahead and win again, in a couple of weeks against whoever, Washington or Philadelphia. And so that's where the Bills and Chiefs fatigue around the country. Nobody wants to go into a sports season feeling like the result is inevitable. So the Bills have a big part in that because they can stop them. They can stop that from happening.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog with Sam Panayotovich, BetQL Daily coming up. We'll talk to Matt Verderam about the game at 4, Sal Capaccio at 5. Time for a break here. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
It comes with this. It comes with playing each other every year in the regular season. It comes with playing in the playoffs. And you have to combat. You have to look at your weaknesses and try to make those strengths. And then your strengths make them even better because you know that they're going to go out there and try to take away those things. And so it's a great football team. Like I said, great players, well coached. And we know it's going to take our best in order to find a way to get a win.
Patrick Mahomes, 19 starts in the postseason. 16-3, the Chiefs' record in those games. The 3, an overtime AFC Championship loss to New England in his first full year as a starter, and overtime AFC Championship loss to Cincinnati after the 13 seconds game in 21, and between that, the beatdown by the Bucs, the one that just does not. I mean, 19 games, 18 they won or went to overtime. And then there's the Super Bowl against Tampa, in Tampa. We all know from following sports our whole lives, you can't really overcome the Buccaneers' home field advantage. Like, that's just too much.
They have the pirate ship and everything.
The pirate ship.
It's a lot to deal with.
The corporate crowd there for a Super Bowl, that was too much to it. No wonder the Chiefs lost that game. Wasn't even close. Joining us now on the Western Hotline, the host of BetQL Daily, Odyssey Sports BetQL insider Sam Panayotovich. BetQL Insider calls are presented by BetMGM. Go check out the latest lines today on the BetMGM app, and be sure to listen to the BetQL Daily podcast for more analysis. Just search BetQL Daily wherever you find your podcast. Gratuitous compliment. Today, Sam and Joe were talking about a bet on who will score the longest touchdown of the weekend. I mean, great hosts, great ideas, great shows. That's just a really fun idea. You know, I'm not sure I'll bet it, but Xavier Worthy from Sam, by the way, is, you know, not the Barkley. Is Barkley the favorite for that? But there's Worthy, there's McLaurin.
Zach, hang up on Sam.
Sam?
No, I can't have
you guys
Xavier
are good.
Worthy catching the longest touchdown pass in this game, unless it's the only score of the game.
Can we interest you in Amari Cooper, Sam?
Maybe Amari Cooper over 1.5 catches. You know, you sent us down a rabbit hole yesterday, Mike. You came on the show. We appreciated having you on, and we hope one day to get Big Bad Bulldog on the show. You had us going down the the Bills receiver rabbit hole. There's like 5 guys that are lined at 1.5, and that can't be mathematically possible.
Yeah. It's even maybe 6. I mean, you're right. You've got Shakir, whose floor and ceiling are the same. You've got Kincaid, if you want it, at 3.5. I'm not sure I'm dog enough for that. And then you've got everybody else, including Cook, is 1.5. If Josh Allen has a game that I think everybody is waiting for or counting on, how do, like, most of those guys not get 2 catches? Like, that's... I don't know which ones it wouldn't be, but that's where I ended up, so I'm with you there.
You also made a comment. I think you, like, out of the corner of your mouth said you kind of like Dawson Knox a little bit yesterday, so we just took that and ran with it. And all day today we were saying that Dawson Knox's overs are the Mike Schopp lock of the week, lock of the decade. Like,
this is great.
We kept ramping it up, so if he doesn't have any catches, people are going to come at you.
How what is that? Is that 1.5 also? And is there juice? Is that good? What am I signed up for?
We talked about, so the magic number, if you want to write it down, is 13.5. That's the yardage number. I think at the end of the show we said it was Mike Schopp's lock of the millennium.
Oh,
so we kept ramping it up as we got later.
You're really making me want to get on this show, Sam. I can tell you that.
Oh man, we have a we talk smack and gamble for 3 hours a day. It's so much fun. And wait till you hear our Gatorade breakdown once we get the Super Bowl.
I look forward to the opportunity to spring my Tage Thompson hat trick Sabre money line bet on the world. Then at some point.
Oh, you'd be perfect.
Business model. Really...
We need 14 yards, though, Mike. That's the number. 14 yards on Knox. 14 is the number.
What do you think about that?
The Knox?
Yeah.
Hammer it.
Really?
Yes.
It's that obvious?
Yes.
It's the lock of the millennium?
Yes.
14 yards?
I'm putting it in every parlay I make on this
How
game.
many games this year did he go for 14 yards in? I'll have to look. Maybe.
It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Okay. That's right. Yeah, now it's already in the space. Speaking of tight ends in this game, Sam, so I read your article at Fox. Like, the Kelsey streak, I did not realize was what it was. That's pretty incredible. Is it 14 straight postseason games with at least 70 receiving yards?
Yeah, he's been a monster. And I talked with a guy, Jeff Sherman, who books bets in Vegas and makes numbers and all that. And he was sort of correlating Kelsey's numerical rise in the back of the book to what they used to do when the Heat would make the playoffs and Jimmy Butler would just have all these games where he'd score 25, 30 points a game and they'd make the number bigger and he'd keep going over it. So you have to account for not only the recency bias, but Kelsey's just a modern-day Gronk in the sense that it doesn't matter what these guys do in the regular season. They're available, and they elevate in the postseason. Just a different game for a lot of these guys. So, the number going in, I don't know if we talked about it last week on the show, but Kelsey's receiving number against Houston was 51.5, which felt like a slap in the face. All he did was catch 7 balls for $117. And now his number is like 69.5, 70.5. I don't want to bet under it just to be cool because it's very possible he has a big game. I'm not sure that you guys are the greatest against tight ends, but look, I didn't bet anything really Chiefs related in the game. I'll be honest with you. Like I wanted to set the tone early on the show and be like, hey, my favorite bet is Josh Allen to score a touchdown. I have that wheeled with a lot of stuff. I got Allen even money. I got Knox over 13.5, and I got Bills in a teaser +8. I mean, that's a great bet. I did that with Ohio State on Monday. Ohio State down and Buffalo up. I want you guys to win. I do. I'm fatigued as well on the Big Red Machine.
Yeah. Well, what really jumps out to me, like you mentioned Kelsey's receiving yards in the game. I'm looking at the box from this game. The Chiefs didn't even have 100 yards of offense outside of that. Like, that's it. They had 212 yards in the game. Like, how? How am I supposed to think that team is going to be prepared to, like, get in a gunfight with the Bills? I don't think the Chiefs have been that team all year. And I know Houston's got the edge guys, and the Bills don't have 2 Hellraisers like that. But, man, that is stark. Like, Houston is not the 85 Bears. 200 yards at home. I mean, that's brutal.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of bets, though, as we get closer to kickoff. The bigger bets, I already read somebody went into Vegas, dropped $1.3 million on the Chiefs' money line. You're going to see $500,000 bets on the Chiefs. But these are people that they're not like professional gamblers. They're just firing, and they bet on what they've seen. And what have they seen? They've seen Kansas City win this game, and that's what they bet. People bet on what they've seen and what they know. But I thought the line of the story was from Jeff Sherman, who said, quote, it could go any way on any given day they play. And that is the truth. Like, anybody who acts like they know what's going to happen on Sunday is lying. I hope it's a great game. It's appointment television, and it's probably going to be tied with 10 minutes to go. You just hope the Bills are the better team.
Anything you can do with this game in terms of the futures? It looks like the winner will be favored against whoever wins in the NFC, doesn't it?
Yeah, they have Super Bowl lines out now. AFC is -2.5 if you just want to just bet on the conferences, AFC against NFC. So the AFC is -2.5. Not really a surprise. Eagles are favored to win the Super Bowl, but that's only because they have an easier game this weekend. I don't think there's much to do. I told you the bets that I made. I will tell you one thing, though. People looking for action. Saquon is going to score a touchdown this weekend. He's going to. Like, the math says he's going to score. But people don't want to lay 220, 225, which I understand. Like, I get that. So I've been just dropping Barkley and a bunch of things, like Barkley and Allen, anytime touchdown parlay. That one's 2-1. Barkley and Dawson Knox, hello, 11-1.
Oh, my God.
But this is the problem you run into. You just start getting creative. And
you are the problem I run into, I think, is what I really meant there.
No, you and me, you and me, Sam, we are in lockstep. Right. Go find me a way to build it up. That's what I'm always looking for.
I know, and I hate parlays. So, not hate.
Yeah, but when you have a leg that's going to win, like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all math. So you get that leg in with Barkley, and when you parlay a favorite with a plus price, the odds skyrocket. And guess what? In the playoffs, good players score. What a novel idea. It's just like it's going to happen. He's going to score. By the way, Saquon and Matt Collins anytime is 10-1.
Good. All right. You, I think, if I remember right from our conversation yesterday, your show, you like the Eagles?
Yeah, we bet them in the summer to win the NFC at 7-1. So that's one of the better predictions we made this season. And, you know, we had texted around the group thread this morning, like, what are we going to do? Do we want to bet Commanders money line? Do we want to bet Commanders plus the points? And I got a resounding no, we don't. So I guess we're just rolling that. We just need them to win. Rookie quarterbacks in this round, not good all the time, guys. 0-5, 1-4 ATS. Not a big sample size, but going up against that Eagles defense feels like a tall order. And we were texting a couple bookmakers last night. The number one bet in terms of like popularity ticket-wise, Commanders money line this week. People are pushing people out of the way to bet Washington to win the game, and that's never a good sign.
Oh, okay.
What is that number right?
220?
It's probably pretty tasty, right? Yeah.
Is that about right?
Well, Philly's minus 300 at some places. So you could, on the take back, you can get plus 250.
I was talking with my ADP chasing guys today on the podcast there, and like Daniels, though, who's the better quarterback? And Davis Maddock went into like 10 other positions where they've got like the number one, Philadelphia is the number one PFF graded guy, and just like all these things. Oh, if you need him, A.J. Brown. If you don't have A.J. Brown, you got a Heisman winner at the other wide receiver position.
Tight end's good. Yeah, right.
All I could do was like Washington, you don't bet just for the fun side, but this guy did throw for 5 touchdowns against them a month ago. Daniels. At home. Pickett played, if that matters, to whatever the game script was in that game. But he did throw for 5 touchdowns against Philadelphia on December 22nd. So, I don't know. Like, yes, rookie quarterbacks. The last was Brock Purdy, I guess, in Philadelphia. He got hurt really early in that game. But I do also get the sense, Sam, that, like, out in the community, that people think of Daniels already having proven that he's above.
He's not a regular rookie.
Yeah,
right.
And this is how you get beat, maybe. I guess we don't know yet. But that's the kind of thing that makes me interested in Washington. Philadelphia, better team. Daniels may be good enough to overcome it. Maybe.
He could be. I still think they win this game. If it was played 100 times, I think they win 15 or 20 of them, and it's all probability. You brought up Purdy. He's one of 5 rookies that have played in a conference title game. How about this for a rotation? Brock Purdy, Mark Sanchez, Joe Flacco, Big Ben, and Sean King. All right.
Dieter Brock doesn't count?
No, does not count.
Does not count? Played 1 year in the league. Dieter Brock for the Rams, 85 Rams. They lost to the Bears. I think that was the championship game. But he played in the CFL for a long time. Anyway, not to waste Sam's time.
Dieter Brock.
Dieter Brock.
Welcome,
on that note,
welcome to the show.
Ralph Dieter Brock.
Oh, really?
1 year. Has this ever happened another time? 1 year NFC championship game, never seen again. Not bad. All right, Sam. Well, good luck to you and all your action, and good luck to me with Knox.
Good luck to you guys. Good luck to the Bills. And think of me when Josh Allen crosses the goal line.
We all will.
I refuse to do that, Sam.
we all will.
No, really. It's not personal. I just can't do that.
1, Sam. 2, maybe the Bills are going to a Super Bowl. 3, Sam. That's how I'll do it.
Have
Thanks
a good weekend, buddy.
Sam Panayotovich, BetQL. Some good stuff always from him. The host of BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski, Odyssey Sports BetQL insider Sam Panayotovich. BetQL Insider Calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Why wouldn't Dieter Brock be a rookie then? They did lose badly, so he's not somebody that won.
I don't know if there was some game before that that disqualified him from being a rookie. I have no idea.
No.
I don't know the Dieter Brock. I haven't seen the behind the music on Dieter Brock in a while.
It does sound like a guy who could have been in a band.
He was the replacement bassist for the Scorpions.
Dieter Brock, great name. Matt Verderam, also a great name, coming up in less than 20 minutes on Bills Chiefs. Sal Capaccio joins us later. Taylor Rapp ruled out this morning by Sean McDermott in his conversation with Sal. The Barnes Firm injury report. Injured for help. Call 1-800-8-million.
Football Friday on WGR is being brought to you by Celino Law.
and electrical excellence.
Was
to see if you brought my snow pants back.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You asked me on Friday, right? Or Thursday, I think, right? Your brother-in-law, Florida.
Yeah, I didn't.
Like, you got some. Yeah, sure, yeah. And in the back of my head, I thought when I said yes, in the back of my head, I thought, I think it's going to be like the coldest it's ever been in our entire lives in this window of time here. I hope he brings my snow pants back properly. And then I thought, I don't really need my snow pants that badly, and he might not even have them, so I'm staying home.
I didn't. Last night we washed them, and I forgot. So
all right,
I'm glad you didn't come in for that. I'm right now. I'm writing it in my phone to remember.
Because I look, do you have snow pants? Yeah. You know what I have? I have one pair like that. I have.
They're at my house.
And they're at your house. So I'm like, I was talking to Owen earlier. We're watching it snow. It's not snowing here now, but I think is it snowing by you right now?
A little bit.
Like in the studio?
I had a snowy drive-in.
Yeah, I thought it was snowing here all day, and then I think the radar looks like it went north, and then I think it's coming back through this way on its way south tonight. That's the way directions work. It's north now. It's going south. It's going to come through here. So I thought, like, wow, I'm going to have to go snow blow. I think it's finally we got enough snow to do that. I'm like, I guess I'll just I don't know, find some pajama bottoms or something to put underneath a pair of sweatpants.
Sorry.
No, I honestly, I was happy to loan the pants out. I will survive. I'll be outside for an hour. It'll be fine.
All right, let's go. Matt Verderam coming up at 4, Sal Capaccio at 5. I guess no picks. We could do that.
No, we should do picks.
All right, good.
I'm
I
down.
love picks.
I'm down by 6. I mean, I still have a chance to at least get back within 3.
Yeah, I guess. Yes.
I have
Make it respectable.
I have no chance of getting. Yeah, right. I'm the guy that doesn't want to pull the goalie to give up another empty netter, I guess.
You're going to punt it down 31-7 late third.
I'm going to kick a field goal, too, if I can.
Remember the Washington coach was that Rivera? The Bills won in Washington. They're up 38-0 a couple of years ago, some score like that. And he kicked a 50-yard field goal right at the end. Oh, you should never be allowed to coach again. You should not even get the next game. Paul is next. Hi, Paul.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call on a busy football Friday. I just wanted to share some thoughts on the evolution of my Bills fandom. Around 2003, I became a Bills fan around 12, 13 years old. And fast forward to 2007 when we lost to the Cowboys in that Monday night game against Romo. I entertained thoughts of some damage to public property. And since then, I've calmed down progressively and gotten my fandom to a more reasonable place. And I think it's natural for all of us to evolve in our fandom. So I'm still a huge Bills fan, but that slice of the emotional pie has gotten a little smaller. As you get married, as you have kids, still matters a lot, but it's maybe less important as other things. And so what I really came to say is that what I really want us to win this year is as I want us to win the big one, while I still have that slice of unreasonable Bills fandom left in my system. I want to still be willing to go to that parade and hug a stranger and cry tears of joy, maybe take my shirt off, and just be that crazy Bills fan. I know if it's 2 years from now or 20 years from now, it'll still mean a lot, but I would love if it happened while I still had that bit of unreasonable fandom. And last point is just I don't have any evidence to back this up, but I think you guys are the best sports radio in the country, and I'm very grateful to listen to you guys every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
That was real nice of you to say. Feel free to take your shirt off anytime. Whatever. That sounded creepy and weird. I hope you don't make it to my age without them winning, or with like my dad who's 91. Yeah, man, go get it.
Here's John with us. Hi, John.
Hey guys, how you doing? I just get emotional just thinking about being a kid. I started watching the Bills at 1986, and it's different because I just listened to that caller just now, and I don't know if he understands what it just means to us. And I just wanted to say to all the Bills fans that, and especially the newer generation of Bills fans, that you have no idea what this fan base has went through. You have no idea what it would mean to the city and what it just means to us when we think back on being a kid at 5 years old and having that Buffalo Bills uniform hanging up over your bed and that Jim Kelly jersey hanging up and that Thurman Thomas jersey hanging up. And you feel like sometimes you just felt hopeless, and I just want you guys to know that, like, I really believe in my heart this is the time, and I look at my kids now and I say, like, what a great generation to be a part of this team. And it just would mean so much to me in my lifetime just to get to this point and to see this team get to an area where we've made it over the hump. And I can go back to my grandfather one day who's not here anymore and who just would have loved to have seen this. And
John,
it means a lot to me.
Definitely, we can feel that. I want to ask you a question, if it's okay. Are you usually optimistic? Do you usually feel like it's going to be there, or is this different for you?
No, I don't. And guys, like, I just wanted to call because of this. Like, I really believe it in my heart this time. Like, it's just something else about it, guys. Like, just the way we are going about winning and the attitude I feel in the city. And now living in Las Vegas, I see the younger kids now. I didn't have the time, and when I lived in New York, to go and see them win a Super Bowl, and it's just different now. Walking around and seeing young kids wearing the Bills, Bills jerseys when you didn't see that ever.
Yeah.
And being in New York and watching, just praying that, like, it would happen, and it doesn't happen, and then you're a kid and you feel hopeless, but, like, maybe I won't ever see this in my lifetime. And I look at it now and I'm just like, maybe I will, like, maybe this is the time. And maybe it is the time for all these people and these kids and their grandfathers in 1964 and that never will get to see it. Like, maybe they are just, it's just time, guys. It's hard not to get emotional about it because in my lifetime, I never felt this good about it, but I really hope the players are listening to know how much it just means to us. And I know It's not just for me; it's for a lot of people.
John, it's a great job. Great job. I hope you're right. We all hope you're right.
Thanks, John. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog back with Matt Verderam next here on WGR.
Football Friday on WGR is being brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. And Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Start your game day the Crosby's way.
Your wife made out a shopping list for you yesterday as you went to the store.
Okay, sure.
And it said bananas -2. What would you think that meant?
To buy 2 bananas. That she needs 2 bananas for some recipe.
She's right again. But they're so I just can't give the speech again. The aluminum foil costs more than bananas. They're so cheap. Like, I bought 2 bunches, not big, small, but like 8 bananas in total. Because you don't want to just be short on bananas. They're so cheap.
Sure, it
cost me $1.14.
I would never buy 2 bananas.
Two bananas.
It's
how do you even write that?
It's
Alex.
It's not. You always miss the point, Alex. I'm sorry to bore you with this, and the entire audience.
He's not bored.
I want the bananas to be optimally ripe. I don't want brown, spotty, mushy, crappy bananas.
Right.
So, thank you, Alex. So,
wait a minute.
like, preserving them with the foil keeps them greener longer.
Foil.
So that's it. I'm just preserving them so that, like, on Wednesday, if I buy them on Sunday, by Wednesday, and I'm making my protein shake in the morning, they're still good, and they're going to believe me, the shake tastes vastly different with a very yellow, mushy banana than it does with a greener, like, barely ripe banana.
Come on. Like where I live on the top of Grand Island, I mean, the sun is out. So I just got cocky today. But really, I'm not sure if you should be happy or disappointed that you didn't come in today, because I am like covered in gumbo. Oh. Let's not.
Yeah.
I've got like gumbo on me. I thought here's the story. So last night the word gets out, no school. My son doesn't have school. My daughter's like, great.
I love the word gets out.
Word gets out. Like
it was on the streets.
Everybody finds out.
Hey, kid, come here. You got no school tomorrow.
We never find out before the kids do. Like they're so plugged, they're glued to their phones. Like a classmate tells them, or they get the notification from school, whatever it is. So my son goes to school in Buffalo.
Do their phones beep aggressively with those notifications?
I don't know.
Or is that just county stuff during football games?
I think they beep aggressively when they hear. So he goes to school in the city. He finds out no school. My daughter's usually, her reaction is great, lucky him. But then that happens. She's at school on the island. That's canceled too. And so we have these few minutes where like, oh, great. I'll be home in the morning. Mama's working, but, you know, I'll make you a deal because today's my shopping day, right? Mm-hmm. I said, I'll make you a deal. Why don't, instead of, not every day, but usually like I'll offer the kids a fried egg, you know, bacon before they get on the bus before 7 a.m. How about tomorrow, since you don't have to, meaning today, since you don't have to go in, you can cook for us. And it doesn't have to be at 6:30 in the morning. I'm not going to get up at 6:30 in the morning just to eat an egg. So win-win. Let's say 10. Everybody wins. 10 o'clock.
Yeah, reasonable time.
10 o'clock this morning. I'll see you both right here. You know, maybe you'll have a plate and a fork and a knife out, salt, pepper, Tabasco sauce, what I like. Maybe not. I'm willing to do that. But this time, no school for you. Work for us. You know, why don't you make some eggs? And they both go, love it. 10 o'clock.
All
I mean,
right.
That's a good sleep.
It's a date. Yeah, all right.
It's a date. Yeah. So, I mean, I slept in because I didn't have to get up to cook for them or do like a real job.
The bus or whatever. Yeah.
Nothing.
Right. Okay.
Right? So I'm just sort of lazy start. But I know 10 o'clock eggs and then off to the store. And my end of the deal was, if you guys do that, which we've already decided, I'll make gumbo. Right? So,
wow. I would have made you some eggs for some gumbo, I'll tell you that. I love gumbo.
10 o'clock, my first attempt. 10 o'clock seemed like a good time because that would give me time to shop and cook, and they didn't have to feel like, oh, it's so early. It's 10. Double digits. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm well in position for my role in this by 10. Nobody's up. You know, the dog, it's too cold for the dog. So she's kind of in her pen because she won't go outside. And like my wife's sequestered in her office. Nothing. 10:05.
Oh, boy.
Like 10:05. That's it. So I leave. I go to the store and I'm so slow. The gumbo isn't even done yet. But it was like kind of stressful. And at one point, the pot was so full that I just sort of am stirring it, and I'm starting to see it's getting late, and I just sort of, you know, even the whisking, sort of, you flick the flour and the sauce and everything.
Sure, that can
I'm
be
wearing
a sloppy,
it.
Yeah, making the roux can be arduous.
I'm wearing it.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart. Where'd you get that thing?
I trapped it. Been keeping it in my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared,
that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do, namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog on WGR Sports Radio 550.
By the way, Pete Carroll.
Sure. Anything can work.
That's true.
Yeah. Marv wasn't older than 73 when he left coaching the Bills.
Wait a minute.
I saw today Carroll becomes the oldest head coach in the history of the league. And I read it. I don't know if I read it 10 times to make sure. All right, 3 times. Because I thought
72.
When hired, maybe, right? I thought. But no, it was just 72. All right.
Marv was born in 25, which I think I know because he'll be 100 this year. And 97 was his last season.
Yep.
So 72.
There it is.
So Pete Carroll is the oldest coach ever.
That's what I That's what I read today, and I didn't believe it.
Matt,
I
can you
thought
believe
Marv
it?
was older than that when he left. But.
Matt, does it feel right? He's a young-looking guy. Matt Verderam, our guest, and so is Matt. Apparently, I haven't met Matt, but I see looking at his picture here on the Western Hotline. Does it sound right that Pete Carroll would be the oldest NFL coach in history?
Yeah, I was actually looking at this during the hiring cycle. I'm pretty sure, based on my research, the only coach who's ever been over the age of 65 at the time of their hiring was Bruce Arians in Tampa Bay. He was 67.
Okay.
So this is pretty out there as far as age is concerned for coach. I mean, Pete Carroll's a great coach. My concern for the Raiders is you're not ready to win tomorrow. When you get good. If you get good, he's going to probably be, 76, 77? It seems a little bit of an odd bet, but, we'll see. They have to do something. They haven't been good in 20-some-odd years.
Maybe they'll draft Jaden Daniels Mach 2 and be in the NFC or AFC Championship game next year.
Yeah, whoever that's going to be. Right. That division now is Reed, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Pete Carroll. 3 Super Bowl winners
all over the place. Right.
By the way, Matt, if you're interested, so Marv Levy, Bulldog mentions Marv, when he came to the Bills, that was in 1986. So he would have been 60 or 61, probably 61. That was during the season.
Yeah.
And he lied about his age.
Right.
He presented himself as 3 or 4 years younger, so 58, 57 years old. And it wasn't until years later, Leo Roth, actually, Marv, we got a problem. Because I think you're older than you've said this whole time. And he admitted it. But he, just to help his chances, I guess, of getting the job, he pretended that he was younger.
He thought the optics of hiring whatever age he would have been then would have looked worse. So, he fudged it a little.
I wonder if Pete Carroll is actually 80.
Different world. Smart move by Marv, who coached the Chiefs, by the way, right before he went to the Bills. So it's the Marv Levy Bowl here on Sunday.
That's right. Well, let's get into that. How do you feel about this game?
I think this game is the Super Bowl. I think whoever wins this game is going to handle whoever comes out of the NFC, with all due respect to the Commanders and the Eagles. Look, it's like a division game at this point. They play each other all the time. So, there's not a lot of secrets. There's not a lot of I don't see either team coming out and doing something in this game where the other team's just shocked by it. Right? I don't think either team's going to cook something up where the other team's just wow, we're completely caught off guard. I think when the Bills have the ball, look, it's no secret. I mean, they want to run the ball and get downhill, whether it's with the backs or with Allen's legs. The Chiefs in the first matchup did a good job until the ultimate play of the game, when Allen broke loose and had one of the highlights of the NFL season. They didn't have Spencer Brown that day. They will this game. That's a big upgrade. The Chiefs didn't have a Menahu. They will this game, so that's a big upgrade. When the Chiefs have the ball, I think it's extremely simple. The Bills have to get pressure on Mahomes. They have to get to him. If they don't, this becomes a very long afternoon. Look, they played them in the playoffs 3 times, and in those 3 times, the Bills have 3 sacks for a total of 8 yards lost. They have to get to him. If they can't, this becomes a much more challenging game for Buffalo.
How likely is it, in your view, that they can do that? I've been saying all week, I like what Houston did defensively against Kansas City last week, but they've got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter coming off the edge, and the Bills have got, this year's model of Von Miller. Gregory Rousseau is a very nice player, but he's not like set your hair on fire. It's 3rd and 8. Look out, here he comes. Neither is Epinesa. They don't have that guy. So, how aggressively do they want to pursue alternate ways to get pressure, i.e. blitzing? Like, that's a good question, I think.
Right. Well, see, this is the question. I went back and watched the Week 11 games because I know I'd be doing a lot of spots like these, and I wanted to be informed. So I went back and watched it. Not surprisingly to anyone who watches the Bills, in that Week 11 game, the Bills came out of their nickel defense one time the entire game. Once. They went to dime. They never got in their base personnel. In fact, in that game, now they didn't have Milano, of course, and that changes some things. But even when the Chiefs were at goal line, 3 tight ends, the Bills sat in nickel. They never came out of that personnel grouping. I think in this game, do you say, hey, look, we're going to sit in our nickel, but we're going to be more willing to blitz out of it? Use Teron Johnson as a blitzer, fire some of the backers as a blitzer, and play man coverage behind it. Like, that's what Houston did a lot in pass downs. So they were willing to bring an extra guy. They brought 5, and they played man. Now, look, the Bills have a couple of really good corners in Benford, who I know right now is in concussion protocol, Johnson, who is now going to play, doesn't have a designation. Are you willing to get into man with Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown and Travis Kelce and just say, look, we're going to take our chances that way? I think that's the better way to play against Kansas City. I think if the Bills try to sit in zone in this game, that is very challenging against Mahomes, especially if he has 3+ seconds to throw. Juwan Taylor is a penalty machine, but he's a pretty capable right tackle in terms of blocking. Tooney has been very solid left tackle, though, against the Texans. He struggled. I think you try to go after that left side of Tooney and Caliendo and play some games and try to get pressure that way, maybe get a strip sack. I think for the Bills, that's probably the way to try to attack them.
Matt Verderam, our guest, SI, Matt Verderam Show, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here on WGR. What is your version of the narrative on Kansas City's offense this year with not scoring more than 30, all the close games against some bad teams or teams we thought at the time at least were bad? Then they get Marquise Brown back late in the season, and it might have looked like they were fixed a little bit, that they were sort of able to get the ball down the field. The Houston game, though, also wasn't much. It was more typical of the season they've had. Are you feeling like this is sort of an offense that doesn't have it? Is it a matter of the opponent, the matchup, the fact that it's the playoffs? How do you look at the Chiefs' offense?
So in the game in the regular season against Houston, which was Week 16, and then Pittsburgh Week 17, Week 18 meant nothing because just like the Bills, the Chiefs rested everybody and got killed by Denver. In those games, the Chiefs were able to protect, and they just destroyed Houston and Pittsburgh with short and intermediate throws. Just killed them. Just constantly over and over and over with Worthy and Kelce and Brown. Just lit them up. The Texans played man in that game, but the Chiefs had a lot of man beaters and took care of them. The Steelers tried to play a lot of soft zone and just got annihilated. That was probably the best offensive game the Chiefs played all year long. Pittsburgh just couldn't do anything. If the Chiefs wanted to score 45 points, I think they would have done it. Look, I think that it's probably somewhere in between, but again, it's why I go back to the pressure here. Buffalo has to pressure him. They don't have to sack him 5 times, but they've got to get Mahomes off rhythm, off script. Yes, he's dangerous, just like Allen. He gets out of the pocket, he make a big play, but you've got to break up the timing of that offense. If he can take a 5-step drop, scan the field, and throw it, he's going to find somebody. I mean, he's too great of a player. The offense is not explosive by any means. They don't hit a lot of deep shots, but they get yards after the catch, and they're very efficient running the ball. They're not explosive by any means running the football. They might be the least explosive team in the league running the ball, but they're very efficient with Kareem Hunt. But I think this is a game they're going to come out and throw. I think they're going to probably try to go 4 wide a lot in the game, spread the Bills out, force them to kind of declare they want to play, and then have at it and see who wins, who's the better team. But I think the Chiefs' offense is good. I don't think it's anywhere near what it was a couple of years ago. I think it's offense.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm glad we're talking to you today, Matt, because as the week has been going on, we know, I don't know how much of this you know, I would imagine you're up on it. The Bills broke a bunch of tendencies last week. You let off, you're talking about, 3 linebackers versus nickel. They did that almost half the time, 45% or so of the game last week. They blitzed, and that's double what they have done all year. They blitzed twice as much last week as they did all year, and they got a result. Now, a lot of that was designed, two-pronged. They wanted to stop Derrick Henry, obviously, which they did very well in the first half, a little shakier in the second, and keep Jackson in the pocket. And so now I wonder, as the week is going on, I started out thinking, oh, they played these guys so much. They always play their nickel. That's their base. They're going to stay in that. Now I'm starting to wonder about a little more man coverage, especially if Benford clears the concussion protocol and he's available, whether they'll try to throw. That would be new. I mean, I imagine the Chiefs are obviously aware of it. They're watching the tape of these games, these playoff games where the Bills have done that. But against the Chiefs, I don't know how much they've done of that. So that could be a curveball for the Bills.
It could be. Look, I think so. I don't take a ton away from the way they played against Baltimore schematically, just because the Chiefs are just so much different than Baltimore. Right? Like you're not going to go against Kansas City and go, let's try to take away the run and let them throw it. Nobody's going to the game doing that.
Right.
I remember Greg Williams did that once against the Chiefs, and I'm not kidding. They had 400 yards at halftime. Now that was years ago with Tyreek Hill, but it was the point stands. I think if you're the Bills, you're going to sit in your nickel, because I think if you're the Bills, you're willing to let them run the ball with Kareem Hunt. You're willing to sit there and go, look, if they want to run the ball 15 times for 60, 65 yards of Kareem Hunt, fine. We're not going to let them beat us. Now, the interesting thing in this game, where I think the Chiefs might try to break some tendencies, is the Chiefs do not throw the ball very far down the field. They're very much a rhythm offense, short intermediate throws, accuracy, yards after catch, win with scheme, win with Mahomes. I wonder in this game, Raps out. Obviously, safety's been a little bit of a sore spot at times with the Bills this year. And they have a rookie now who's going to be starting in Cole Bishop. The Chiefs now have their speedsters in Brown and Worthy at the same time. I wonder in this game if the Chiefs, especially early, try to dial up some deep shots down the field. The Chiefs really, other than Worthy all year long, had no speed at receiver. And teams would just roll a safety over Worthy, and there wasn't much they could do down the field. That is now changing with Brown. So, look, I think that the Bills' safeties are going to be a little bit of a key in this game. I don't think all of a sudden you're going to see this bombs-away offense. I think the Bills will play more man than they normally do. I think the Chiefs are going to try to push the ball down the field and get a few explosive plays more than they normally do, and it'll be interesting to see which team kind of wins that battle.
It's hard to think against Mahomes in that area, but, man, so often this year you would have seen it. They just didn't click. Whether that was Worthy or someone else, balls would be in the sideline and just looked like maybe he had given up on the play. But maybe Worthy, and then, as you said, with Brown, they're at a point where they're just a little bit more equipped, well-equipped.
You mentioned, Matt, 15 for 65, Kareem Hunt. What's the story with Pacheco? Because that's a different back when he's right, as far as, I wouldn't be so willing to just let him assume he can't beat me, because he, to me, is capable of a house call. Kareem Hunt is, basically like me going out to get the mail at this point. Right. So, what is the story with Pacheco?
He has not really ever been right since he's come back. I don't think the explosiveness. He had one run. I forget the first game he came back. It might have been against the Chargers. The first game he came back off of IR after he'd broken his ankle. He came back and looked great. He was explosive, big run, and then that was kind of it. He's just been okay. Hasn't been terrible, but hasn't been the guy that some people thought might be like a top 10 back. Sure, he has not become that. Hunt, to your point, Hunt. I don't know that he could outrun a Mazda with one wheel at this point. But it's one of those things, you'll look at him throughout the court, and you're like, he's oddly effective. He just always gets 4 yards. It feels like he never gets 3. He never gets 5. He's just going to get 4. If it's 3rd and 3 and he gets the handoff, he's probably going to get it. And if it's 3rd and 5, they're going to be in 4th down. I don't think you're going to see a ton of Isaiah Pacheco in this game. When they go on to 3rd down, you're going to see Samaj P. Ryan, who they'll throw the ball to. They like to kind of wheel him out of the backfield. He also can block. He's been their 3rd down back this year. But I would suspect that if they run the ball, a designed run, if they run 20 design runs, I would think Hunt's going to get 15 of them.
That sounds right on Pacheco. My one fantasy podcast, ADP Chasing, one of my co-hosts, Pat Corain's listen, he had the Tony Pollard injury. Pollard wasn't right for a year. He came the whole last year with Dallas. He couldn't get off. And so you can't blame Pacheco if a month after coming back from that injury or even 2, he's struggling. Do you have a player after Allen or even maybe after Cook, although I'd like to hear your thoughts on Cook in this matchup, that you think the Chiefs should be afraid of?
So Cook would have been my answer, just because, look, I know the Chiefs did a good job bottling him up the first time. I would tell anybody listening, for both teams, I wouldn't take a whole lot out of the first game in terms of like, well, the Bills didn't run well in that game, so they won't run well in this game. They're going to make adjustments. The Chiefs are going to make adjustments to things that they didn't do well. Like, this is a totally different game, and both teams are missing a lot of guys. I would expect that Cook is going to be a big key here. I would also say that, look, he's a capable receiver. He's not obviously, Austin Eckler in his prime out of the backfield receiving-wise. But I think Cook and Ty Johnson as a tandem, the Chiefs at times, they'll give up some yardage to the backs and the tight ends. They'll kind of let you throw to those guys, and they'll try to take away the receivers. That is somewhat dangerous against Buffalo. We saw what Ty Johnson did against Denver. He's an excellent receiver out of the backfield. If I'm the Bills, I'm kind of trying to play this game in the middle of the field, right? And the ironic thing is I think the Chiefs are probably trying to do the same thing. I think the Bills, you don't want to throw Trent McDuffie. Jalen Watson, I know maybe is not as well known as a name. He's been fantastic this year. He's a lot like Benford. I think you want to probably stay in that Kincaid, Knox area, throw to the backs, let guys try to break a tackle, make a play, run, stay on schedule. I think those backs in the passing game are going to be important because they're going to get matched up on Nick Bolton, who they should beat, because Bolton's good against run. He's terrible in pass coverage. Tranquil and Chenal are much better coverage backers, but still, I think if you're the Bills, you're willing to at least try that matchup out and see if you can't, spring a broken tackle for 15, 20 yards.
How are they using McDuffie? Is he outside? He was inside for a time this year, but did that change in the last month or so?
He's everywhere. They put him all over the field. So he'll play man or zone, outside, inside. They love to blitz him off the nickel spot. They do the same with Jamari Connor. Connor's a good blitzer. They'll use him. They love to blitz their DBs. The Chiefs, when they blitz, a lot of times it's their corners and safeties. And they bring them from odd angles and weird spots. They'll try to overload and create a numbers advantage where you just simply can't pick up everybody. Spagnuolo, I would say, it's his calling card. McDuffie, that was actually another thing that was very interesting when I watched the game. I was kind of curious. I was like, I don't remember. The game was 2 months ago. How did McDuffie do against Shakir? McDuffie never lined up on Shakir the entire game. Never. Not one time. Not man, not in zone. He never was on him. The Bills picked on Najee Johnson relentlessly in that game. Johnson has been really bad for the Chiefs this year. I don't expect to see a lot of Najee Johnson in this game. I think it's going to be Jamari Connor on Shakir again inside, and it'll be McDuffie and Watson on the outside. I think the Chiefs are basically going to try to say, look, you're going to beat us. You're going to beat us inside the numbers. It's going to be with Shakir. It's going to be with tight ends. And it's going to be a lot of long drives. And the Bills are capable of doing it. But I think that's going to kind of be the way the Bills, have to play this game. And we'll see if they can sustain 3, 4, 5 long drives.
Another great game in a classic rivalry. The Bills having beaten Kansas City in the regular season 4 years in a row is worth, with $2.39, a Pure Leaf at the convenience store. But at least they know they can do it, and they've done it in Kansas City 3 of those 4 times. We will see. Matt, thank you. Enjoy the games on Sunday.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Matt Verderam, SI.com. I love the Pure Leaf. Unsweetened. Only unsweetened. And they do that amazing thing where they fill it to 101% capacity. Somehow. It's not even supposed to be possible.
See, I don't like that either. I don't like unsweetened tea, and I don't like a bottle that I'm going to spill on myself the second I open it.
Yes, you have to hold it out from yourself to open it carefully, preferably over a sink, because it's going to spill. There's some way that they fill that thing up that is just not seemingly possible. So much in there. Better than the bag of chips that's half empty.
Good point.
Your thoughts on this are welcome. It's Football Friday. 803-0550 is the number. If not that, we could talk about the game some more. Sal will join us at 5, injury updates and such. Right now it is time for a break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog will be back in a snap, brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
Football Friday on WGR is being brought to you by
Chevrolet Sports Headlines.
The Buffalo Bills have ruled out just one player ahead of Sunday's matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship, and that is safety Taylor Rapp. Rapp has not practiced at all this week. He's been dealing with a hip injury, while Christian Benford is questionable. He is still in concussion protocol, but was limited for much of this week. He did ultimately miss today, though, due to personal reasons. And then neither Matt Milano or Taron Johnson have game day designations. Both will be good to go. And then on Kansas City side of things, no player listed on their injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. For pregame, that's going to get underway at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Carry you all the way to kickoff at 6:30, where we'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. And then a busy day in the NFL. The Raiders are bringing in former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll to fill their head coaching vacancy. It is reportedly a 3-year deal. That leaves now just 2 head coaching openings left, the Saints and the Cowboys, following Liam Cohen leaving Tampa Bay to join Jacksonville earlier today. And then the Texans are in the market for an offensive coordinator. The team is reportedly moving on from Bobby Slowick. Slowick has been with Houston as their offensive coordinator for the past 2 seasons. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, he's been a huge blessing to our team, a huge blessing to our wide receiver room. The stats may not be all there every single game, but he does so much more for us than I think people understand. Just the pressure that he can take off of certain guys in our offense. He's caught some pretty spectacular catches since he's gotten here, and there's no doubt we're going to need that going on Sunday.
Josh Allen on Bulldog right there. Didn't realize you were so important.
It's nice to know I matter.
I haven't seen any of these catches, but
really flattered. Is he talking about Amari Cooper there?
Yes.
Okay.
Why did you have to?
Because I heard that clip on my way in. I was listening to Brownie and I guess it was Matty Glab today on One Bills Live, and I heard that clip and I wasn't positive he was talking about Cooper, so I needed to make sure.
They didn't say?
I think I only heard the clip. I didn't, sort of like just now. There was no, here is Josh Allen talking about Amari Cooper. So I didn't know what was happening. I want to make sure.
All right. Well, now we all know. We're all together in this.
It's important to know.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good. I just want to say I hope that if the Bills win the coin toss, that they don't defer again, because they've done that the first 2 playoff games, and the Broncos and Ravens scored a touchdown on the opening drive both times to get the momentum. I think it's old-fashioned to not choose to receive first. You know, if you have a great offense like the Bills, you should choose to get the ball and score first and get the momentum right away. Bills went 3-and-out on the opening drive of the second half last week against the Ravens anyway.
Well, I guess that's all the proof you need then.
They won the game.
Yeah, I disagree, Jeffrey. I mean, I get the sentiment. There was a lot of that last week too, right? Like get in front. If you want to be in front of Baltimore so that they can't run it, you know, because 7-0 is going to take them completely out of the running game. Okay, let's go do it. I will defer 100 times out of 100. I just will. I'm not going to get mad like, oh, I can't believe they didn't defer. If they don't, get mad. Mike will get mad. He'll play that role. But I prefer to defer. Oh God, I should be shown out.
I mean, enough with the momentum. What is the number one point? Is to win the game, and they won. They beat Denver 31-7. I mean, would it have been worse if they had gotten the? No. It's not about momentum. It is about information. Yes, they went 3-and-out in the second half against Baltimore. It's going to happen. They've been very good in that spot, usually. You want to know if, okay, we're down 2 touchdowns. We need to play faster starting the third quarter, or vice versa. We're up. We can place whatever it is. That's why you want the ball to start the second half.
And
it's about information. If television ever mentioned that, then people would get over themselves about momentum and realize, oh, really, that's not the point. The coaches themselves, however, I told you I get mad. It's not even happened yet. The coaches themselves talk about double dipping and all that. Oh, you mean scoring once and then twice is good? I agree. That makes sense. Yes, scoring is good. These teams, the last 8 meetings, the team that won the coin toss deferred every time. So I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Right. I would prefer to win the toss and defer. You also have more information, not just what the score is and then maybe you should play fast or whatever, but what were they doing to me in the first half? What can I do to them to counteract that? All of that is baked in there to me. And I don't know if a coach like McDermott, who talks about double dipping, is trying to treat all the stuff you've just said and what I've just said as like state secrets or something. Like they don't want to say out loud that that's a part of it too, because more people will start doing it. Don't the vast majority of coaches defer in the league at this point?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it's because of any of the stuff the caller talked about. It's because of everything we just talked about, I think, and probably some double dipping too. I don't mind the double
I
dip.
wish I knew, because you just never hear the point.
I love the double dip.
In these 8 meetings, by the way, team wins a coin toss, defers, and kicks off. Only once has there been a touchdown on the first possession in these Bills-Chiefs games. And that was in the 13 seconds game when I think it was 4th and goal from the 1. The Bills scored, maybe Singletary, to start that game.
Okay.
And, lost the game. But that's the only touchdown. The last 2 times the Bills, okay, here's another one to Jeffrey's point. The last 2 times the Bills played the Chiefs. This year, and then, no, the last 2 times they won the toss against the Chiefs. This year and last year in the regular season in Kansas City. They deferred both times, and Mahomes threw a pick on both of those drives. Wouldn't you rather start the game like that?
Talk about your momentum.
They're not going to take the ball if they realize the last 2 times they deferred against Kansas City, they got picks. One was Epinesa, and then this year I think was Rapp. The Chiefs won the coin toss in the playoff game here last year and deferred, and the Bills kicked a field goal. They drove to a field goal for 3-0. It's all right here. Hey, this is my notebook, viewers. Here it is.
Wow.
All the little notes, all the little things I can't figure out what they meant anymore. Right there.
That's awesome. Let me see if I can find my notebook. I don't know. It might. Is it over?
I need a new one.
Is it over here? Is it?
Misplaced.
The dog might have ate it.
I'm writing on the backs now and going in the opposite direction, which means anytime I want to look up the most recent page, I have to do this. Flip back and then look. So annoying. Also some stats from this rivalry. Matt Verderam mentioned sacks against Mahomes. He had the number that he's been sacked 3 times in the 3 playoff games by the Bills, right?
Right, for a total of
8 yards.
8 yards, okay, right.
In the game here last year, they did not sack him once. In 13 seconds, they sacked him twice at Oliver. The Chiefs scored a touchdown on the drive anyway. Taron Johnson, they kicked a field goal on the drive anyway. There was also you're going to love it, Matt Milano sack in between in that game. Same drive as Oliver, maybe a couple of plays later, but on a 3rd and long, but there was a defensive holding call that wiped it out. And then Jerry Hughes had a sack of Mahomes for 0 in the AFC Championship 2020.
Jerry Hughes.
Jerry Hughes. How's that guy doing?
How you been, Jerry Hughes? Was he still with Houston
I think
at the
so.
end of the year? Yeah.
I think so. Mike is next. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, I just wanted to kind of agree with you guys. I don't think there's a problem with deferring the opening kickoff. I mean, if you think about it, that was the only time Denver scored the entire game. So momentum. Congrats on having a relevant talk show for a couple more weeks. Hopefully you guys can keep it going through the Super Bowl, man. I'm really excited. Can't wait to listen to you guys for the next couple of weeks talk about the Super Bowl.
You might not know this. We will do the show in March. Like it'll keep going.
No, but it'll be about what line Kulik is playing on. Can't wait.
Oh no. Yeah.
That could have been today.
That could have been today. That's right.
Isn't, though.
That is terrifying right now to me.
Hey, a guy I know you're a big fan of is getting some buzz, and that is Jackson Dart.
I saw who was it? Doug Farrar?
Maybe
someone who I follow that I like. That's one of the tape dudes. Had a tweet about Jackson Dart and was impressed about Jackson Dart. So good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a super strong opinion one way or the other on Jackson Dart. I like the other guys more. I like Sanders more. I like Ward more. I don't think that's novel at all. I think most people would tell you that. So I don't know where Dart is projected to be in the draft. But
this is the Ole Miss quarterback.
Right.
And so far, the Senior Bowl is next weekend maybe. So far, it sounds to me like it's the two guys you mentioned up top and then like a long gap where maybe it's day 2 before Jackson Dart or anybody else goes quarterback in the draft. There you go. There's one for Mike there. We'll be talking about the draft. Maybe not Kulik.
You know who may be a guy to keep an eye on in that respect is the Alabama guy. I saw one of the draft people saying like it's a little bit like who was this last year? Was this Knicks or was this Drake? I can't remember who it was, but there was somebody before the whole thing started. It was like teams are going to like this guy's. When NFL, it was J.J. McCarthy. Once NFL teams get a hold of this guy, they're going to love him. That was mostly about the kind of dude he was, I think, more than. But it was also the measurables and stuff that he maybe didn't get to show off at Michigan. I feel like I read Milroe being described similarly. He's a big dude, big athlete, and there's warts for sure, but that he could be a guy to keep an eye on that could like move up quickly. So,
speaking of quarterbacks. Yesterday, there was a quick mention of the 1976 Steelers, who, like what Kansas City is doing, were going for a third straight Super Bowl win, got to the AFC Championship, and they lost in Oakland, ending their run at a three-peat. And I just sort of was thinking quickly, I know they had a tough year with injuries. I said something like that. Then I went and looked at their season. I wanted to make sure that they had 5 shutouts.
The Steelers did.
But they did, Bradshaw missed time and Swan, they did have injuries. It's what I remember from NFL films, is they were kind of shot going into that game in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
This game, the Bills and Chiefs are both really in great shape physically. The Bills have Rapp and maybe Benford and maybe one other guy. The Chiefs have nobody. They put their injury report, there's nothing.
Yeah.
So the 76 Steelers, shout out to Mike Kruchek. Remember that name?
Yes.
So he is who started for Bradshaw in Bradshaw's absence in 1976. Started 6 games. All wins.
Joe Gilliam was gone by then?
I guess. 6-0. Did not throw a touchdown pass.
What a game manager.
This guy, this is the beauty of ProFootballReference.com.
Did they receive or kick off when they won the toss?
I'm sure they took the ball. If they won the toss, that's what you did. You couldn't defer. There was not even that option for many years. Oh, yeah, not until
I don't remember that.
Last 20 years or so.
Right.
So this guy, Mike Kruchek, played in 36 NFL games for Pittsburgh and Washington and never threw a touchdown pass. He was a quarterback.
Wow.
And John Brown threw touchdown passes. This guy could not one. Swan Stallworth,
wow.
Randy Grossman, Rocky out of the backfield, Franco, Larry Brown. Benny Cunningham.
They didn't trust him.
They didn't trust him.
I wonder how much he. I don't want to ask you to keep looking for stuff.
I got stuff on
How often did he throw?
Every play. They just were trying stuff. They threw it on every play, and he didn't throw a single touchdown pass.
The Steelers invented the run and shoot.
Without the run, they didn't run.
That's what I've got here.
They didn't run at all.
The shoot and shoot.
It was the shoot and shoot. It was called the shoot and shoot. It's like playing, in the gym with you. The shoot and shoot. 36 appearances. It's not that many passes. He was a backup. But 36 games, no touchdown passes, 8 interceptions. But a great record. 6-1 as a starter.
Can't take that away from him.
Mike Kruchek. Welcome to the show. Sal coming up at 5. Football Friday continues. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Football.
Getting close. A little more than 48 hours from kick. Bills and Chiefs on Sunday. What will we do all day? That's been a dilemma of yours. What to do, at least before 3.
Yeah, 3 o'clock, I'm fine. There's a game, good. Getting up like last Sunday and turning on soccer at like 9 in the morning, and really, there was a dashes run in there somewhere, but mostly that took 20 minutes. I was in front of the TV for way too long before the Bills game got here. I cannot make that mistake again this week. So, I don't know. Brunch, maybe. Brunch would be nice. I like brunch. There's drinks at brunch. They could be good. Post-brunch nap?
Post-brunch. The PBN.
Post-brunch nap. Ugh. You mean like, a mimosa or like a couple of IPAs?
Okay, then you got to get up early and do something early.
Yeah.
And then go eat and then sleep.
Okay.
And you wake up, it's kickoff.
Right. That
works.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yes?
Tune in Sunday to see if any of this comes to fruition.
Yeah, we'll find out Sunday.
Yeah.
Jerry is next. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, guys. I really appreciate the show, and I have a comment and 2 questions. I'm a long-time caller, first-time listener, but I want to tell you that Sal Capaccio is the best, and you should never lose him. Pay him more. He's fantastic, and I love the conversations that you guys have. It's very insightful, and he knows what he's talking about if you don't know that already, but I love Sal.
Of course we know that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, we've talked a lot about the kickers, Bass and Butker, but I feel like everywhere else we're matched up with the Chiefs, quarterback, defense. Where else do we have an edge, and do you think we have a special teams edge outside of that extra point and field goal, like punting and coverage? Because I feel like the game might come down to that, even though we don't want to punt. We want to just score touchdowns every time. But do you believe that we have an edge when it comes to our special teams in that area? No, I don't. I don't think the Bills' special teams have been really all that special. I'm sorry, all season long. It's been, I think, a problem at times for them, coverage-wise. So, no, the punter's fine. Bass had his struggles earlier, but he's been pretty nails here for a while. But Butker's been one of the best. I mean, I don't know what kind of shape he's been in since he came back from the injury. When he first came back, I know he was even still like the way his leg was bent, he was just doing something that looked different than what he had done before. But he's been fantastic. So I don't know if I want to go as far to say it's a weakness and like a strength that the Chiefs can exploit, but it's not an area that I feel the Bills have any kind of an advantage in anywhere, really.
Same. Matt Ariza revenge game.
There's that.
What does a punter do for revenge? Oh, I'm just going to run through a wall. I'm just going to punt it so hard. Can a punter really manifest revenge? Not easily done, I think.
I mean, I suppose he could punch a couple out at the 2-yard line or something, and that would be a big win for the punter.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's it. Like he's
not something you can do where like this time I'm really feeling strong and fast and big. Like this is like a running back, maybe.
Yeah, or like I gotta move. I'm waiting to spring on this guy. I'm setting him up. Right?
Yeah.
Like an edge rusher.
Right.
With like I'll wait until I bust out my spin move and cut inside on this guy. I'm going to murder this quarterback. Yeah, the punter didn't really have that opportunity.
No. Butker, a perfect 11 for 11 in the playoffs last year, and he made all his extra points, but I'm talking field goals, and then 3 for 3 against the Texans. So he hasn't missed in the playoffs in a while. One missed the year before. Sal Capaccio coming up. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Football Friday on WGR.
Football Friday on
I just get emotional just thinking about being a kid. I started watching the Bills at 1986, and it's different because I just listened to that caller just now, and I don't know if he understands what it just means to us. And I just wanted to say to all the Bills fans that, and especially the newer generation of Bills fans, that you have no idea what this fan base has went through. You have no idea what it would mean to the city and what it just means to us when we think back on being a kid at 5 years old and having that Buffalo Bills uniform hanging up over your bed and that Jim Kelly jersey hanging up and that Thurman Thomas jersey hanging up. And you feel like sometimes you just felt hopeless, and I just want you guys to know that, like, I really believe in my heart this is the time, and I look at my kids now and I say, like, what a great generation to be a part of this team. And it just would mean so much to me in my lifetime just to get to this point and to see this team get to an area where we've made it over the hump. And I can go back to my grandfather one day who's not here anymore and who just would have loved to have seen this. And
John,
it means a lot to me.
Definitely, we can feel that. I want to ask you a question, if it's okay. Are you usually optimistic? Do you usually feel like it's going to be there, or is this different for you?
No, I don't. And guys, like, I just wanted to call because of this. Like, I really believe it in my heart this time. Like, it's just something else about it, guys. Like, just the way we are going about winning and the attitude I feel in the city. And now living in Las Vegas, I see the younger kids now. I didn't have the time, and when I lived in New York, to go and see them win a Super Bowl, and it's just different now. Walking around and seeing young kids wearing Bills, Bills jerseys when you didn't see that ever.
Yeah.
And being in New York and watching, just praying that, like, it would happen, and it doesn't happen, and then you're a kid and you feel hopeless, but, like, maybe I won't ever see this in my lifetime. And I look at it now and I'm just like, maybe I will, like, maybe this is the time. And maybe it is the time for all these people and these kids and their grandfathers in 1964 and that never will get to see it. Like, maybe they are just, it's just time, guys. It's hard not to get emotional about it because in my lifetime, I never felt this good about it, but I really hope the players are listening to know how much it just means to us. And I know It's not just for me, it's for a lot of people.
John, it's a great job. Yep.
Taylor Rapp, he missed every practice this week. He's been dealing with a hip injury. While Christian Benford is questionable, he is still in concussion protocol, but was limited for much of this week. He did ultimately miss today, though, due to a personal reason. And then neither Matt Milano or Teron Johnson have any game day designations, so both will be good to go. And then on Kansas City side of things, no player listed on their injury report. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. For pregame on Sunday, it's going to get underway at 10 a.m. and carry all the way to kickoff at 6:30, where we'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. And do stay tuned as Sal joins the show next. And then around the NFL, big day for coaching news. The Bucs lose Liam Cohen after they thought they were going to sign him to the biggest extension in the NFL. He is staying in Florida, taking the Jaguars head coaching position. That is official. The Raiders are going the veteran route. They're bringing in former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. That is not official yet, but multiple reports have it being a 3-year deal. That leaves just 2 head coaching openings left, the Saints and Cowboys. And then the Texans, they're going to be in the market for an offensive coordinator, as the team is reportedly moving on from Bobby Slowick. Slowick was with Houston for the past 2 seasons, serving as their offensive coordinator. And then a reminder, do catch Sal Capaccio as he takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his all-access Facebook Live from Kansas City on WGR's Facebook page. It is presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the fine life with Corona Extra for the fans who never lose. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 of the new Chevy from Paddock. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The Dunn Tire Drive at 5, presented by Dunn Tire, the official tire dealer of the Buffalo Bills, and brought to you in part by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Excelsior Orthopedics Express. Sidelined with a sprain, strain, or break, get to Excelsior Orthopedics Express.
Welcome back. Championship weekend, Football Friday on WGR. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Sal Capaccio with us now on the West-Her hotline. Ready to go, Sal?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. It's it's just been a lot of thinking about a lot of things. I've been twisted up all week, just trying to not get too far ahead of myself. But how can you not, right? It's just kind of twisted me up, like I said.
So what would you say about the vibes? We're going on different shows and they want to know how the fans are feeling. There's always sort of a certain level of pessimism with Buffalo sports teams when they get close like this. But I would say overall, fans sound like they feel great.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a real kind of, confidence coming from fans. I think we all and fans know what has happened in the past, and that's certainly there. I think most, the fans that I talk to, I would say I don't remember specifically last year leading up to the Kansas City game, but it does feel a little different than that game. Even though that game being at home, it was, all right, we got them at home. But I think there was still this, oh, my God, it's the Chiefs. I think just the way that the Chiefs have looked this year, being vulnerable, the Bills, the confidence that the way that they played this year, the way Josh Allen has played, I just feel like a lot of Bills fans are feeling, pretty good about this and their chances at least.
I definitely feel that. I think maybe a lot of that, in my opinion, is based on it's time. I feel like it's time is punching back on, oh no, something's always going to go wrong, just you wait. And I appreciate the fact that it's time is punching back. I mean, it doesn't have to hold any water, it doesn't have to mean anything, but I feel like fans are feel like it's, I've got this great, it all just sort of adds up. I've got this great quarterback. The coach seems more, relaxed, if that's the right way to put it. Everything just seems like it might be in place, and the Chiefs don't look like the super team that they were a couple of years ago even. So I think you put all that in the blender, and I think you get cautious optimism, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I just can't stop from not getting ahead, right? What does it look like if you win? What does it look like if you lose? And,
right.
Then whichever way I look at it, I start to think about how that plays out, and I visualize it, and I remember walking off the field with, in 21 after 13 seconds, and just how horrible that was, and the juxtaposition of Josh just by himself just kind of walking off and looking over and seeing all the cameras and following Mahomes and the lights and all that. It was just wild. It's like a movie. It really was. Yeah. And then I think about what is it like? We have to prepare, right? I mean, we're part of the radio broadcast, and one of the things that I've struggled with all week, to be quite honest with you guys, is I don't want to have to think about and get ahead of myself on this team winning this game and, and being disappointed. But guess what? We have to prepare. That's what we do. We're professionals, right? So, I have to know what is my role after the game if they win. What's the ceremony look like? All of those things have happened this week in one way or another, and I just don't kind of know where to land and what spot to land on.
Yeah, you might like to just with the freedom to think about New Orleans and logistics and places and people and all of that. But each one of those also requires all right, well, I guess I'm assuming.
Right.
I'm not assuming, but I want to be prepared. So let me make sure that Sigmund Bloom is free on Tuesday night of Super Bowl week, for example. All right, Sal. So the matchup, I mean, I guess we can start with injuries. What's new today? Sal, you there? Didn't like that question.
I know. He's not prepared to talk about injuries.
He's prepared
in any way, shape,
except
or form.
For injuries.
He'll talk about all the vibes you want, but he's not prepared to talk to us about injuries.
Well, I think I know.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, I think we can probably fill that out while we're reconnecting with Sal.
Rapp is out.
Right.
And that's no small thing. Right? I mean, he affords the Bills a certain level of security.
Veterans, been in big games, was part of the Rams team that won. I mean, there's there's that, and you're replacing him with a rookie. So maybe that gets a little bit scary. But I'm excited. I like Bishop. Does not say like he won't be vulnerable to some Reed magic, that could really hurt the Bills. But I like Bishop. I kind of thought by the middle point of the year he'd be starting, and that has not happened. But he's gotten some reps, and he's also, I think, this week, it's not like he's being thrust into it. I mean, he is this week, but it's not game day, right? Rapp didn't get hurt during this game. Like, Bishop knows what's what. He's preparing to start. And, hopefully he's got he's got what it takes, right? Like both knowing what to do and where to be, and also not being too jittery about the stage that he's on.
What do you think, Sal? Can we count on Bishop?
It's interesting. We'll go old school here. So, as you guys said, Christian Benford is questionable. I just read Pro Football Doc on Twitter who said basically because it's a road game, he has to get independently cleared before he can travel as well, which makes sense, right? But, he is questionable right now. He did miss practice today for a personal matter, but Sean McDermott did tell the media after my show, the Extra Point Show, when I had him on, that he expected him back, maybe as early as this afternoon, so hopefully everything's good there on the personal side of things. And then, of course, you have the injury and the concussion protocol, which we don't know there. And then, of course, Taylor Rapp is out for this game. We know that. And to answer your question, I agree with Bulldog and the way you phrased it, which is this is not like he has to come in brand new. He's going to get the reps. He got all the reps, obviously, as the starting safety all week because Taylor Rapp did not practice all week. So, he's going to know the game plan. I went back and looked. He got, Rapp got hurt fairly early on. It was the first half because he only played 19 snaps. Cole Bishop played close to 40 snaps in the game. So I think from that standpoint, he got a great, round of a game under his belt against a really good offense. So, I think that the team obviously feels he's prepared for this moment. And but I absolutely 100% expect the Kansas City Chiefs to attack the rookie safety. Test them.
Right.
So is it possible, if I don't know if I need to read into it to this extent, but that Benford today was out doing what needed to happen to him for him to get cleared, or is that really not necessary to know?
I don't know, Mike. I don't think so because the way McDermott said it, he said he's out for a personal reason. He said he's still in concussion protocol. So to me, those are two different things. But sure, I mean, I guess you could tie them together. So I don't know. And that could very well be the case. But, so today, if you look at you had concussion / personal listed today added to the injury report.
Yeah. Well, I want to be optimistic mostly because there's been a few guys this year or even going back into last year. I remember Taron Johnson leaving a game with a head injury and being in the protocol, and he made it back the next week. And Ray Davis just did this last week. The travel piece, though, could be maybe a trickier part timing-wise because they don't have as much time to get him cleared, I guess, before he can travel. So
yeah, that's right. I would also add, though, let's remember he did practice Wednesday and Thursday on a limited basis. I was there yesterday for practice, had some video, watched him. He was wearing the Guardian cap. He was in a red non-contact jersey. But he was out there and he was practicing with his team. So I think that could be trending, in a positive direction for his possibility to clear.
What can the Bills' defense do in this game to win it? Is there a player or a strategy that you like with all the history between the Bills and the Chiefs, especially challenging if they're down one or two guys, they're down at least one? Is there something you like about their defense in this matchup?
I do like their D-line against the Chiefs' O-line. The problem is I've liked those matchups in the past in the playoffs, and they haven't worked out. Not necessarily maybe even against the Chiefs, but remember the Bengals coming to town a few years ago, and they were all banged up, and the Bills should have just dominated the Bengals up front, and they didn't. And the Bills have had opportunities, to get to Patrick Mahomes or whoever in the playoffs over the last few years, and it seems like, the Monday morning after their season ends, we're talking about how the D-line did not do what they were supposed to do. I do like their matchup here, though. I think that they should be able to win that side, that up front. And look, go back to Cole Bishop real quick. Remember, guys, one of his big strengths coming out of college was his ability to cover tight ends.
Right.
I'm just curious how they employ that, right? I'm not saying he's going to be on Travis Kelce the whole day, right? But remember, when he was drafted and Dalton Kincaid even admitted, the guy locked me up in practice, right? Like, he's really good at doing that thing. And I wonder if he becomes a bit of a part of that. He's a different player than Taylor Rapp. And, of course, you have DeMar Hamlin back there. He was at a nice year. He's not quite as athletic as those guys, but he's done, keeping things in front of him. I think you really have to Make sure you take care of the middle of the field, especially their tight ends, especially Travis Kelce. Noah Gray scored 2 touchdowns on the Bills last time. One was on more of a, off-scripted play towards the sideline from Patrick Mahomes. But I do like the D-line. I guess that's where I would go, Mike. But they have to win it. You have to win. And ever since they moved Tooney out to left tackle, he's done a nice job of stabilizing, but he's not a left tackle. He's a guard. And there are opportunities to try and take advantage of that if you're the Buffalo Bills.
Sal Capaccio on the West Hair Hotline with us here on WGR. Pushing the conversation about the defense a little bit further, Sal. We talked to Matt Verderam last hour, and he pointed out how the Chiefs, man defense, which normally great quarterbacks eat up, that it's been tougher last week against Houston. The Bills deployed, we know, a lot more man than normal against Baltimore. Now, it's a very different matchup with Jackson and Henry. Not that Mahomes can't move around, but still, he's not Lamar as far as a threat on the edges and outside of the pocket. But with that said, I wonder, how much more, do you think maybe the Bills have gotten more comfortable with the idea of going man? And if, like you're suggesting, pressure up front, winning up front, if that doesn't get off, do you think the Bills might be more open to pivoting to sending a 5th or even a 6th guy more often because they had some success with it already in the playoffs?
I do think that they've been more aggressive, and they would be willing to do that. I think the danger with this team is if you do that and you get beat on a short pass, they have so much speed that they can, take it to the house and have a long gain. And you have to be aware of that. It feels like one of those games where, hey, they already aren't a team that really has a lot of explosive plays over the top. Make them not have any. The Chiefs actually, they lead the NFL in time of possession per drive, like 307. They lead the NFL in plays per drive, almost 7 plays per drive. That's been their offense this year. And let's be honest, their offense hasn't been great. It's been good. And I think you don't want to get them, you don't want to allow them to just have these quick strikes and go over the top. And if you go man-to-man, you're risking that. But that being said, I think the Bills feel like they have a team that can do that a little bit more. Obviously, Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, even DeAndre Hopkins in a different sense, Travis Kelce. These guys, they can beat their coverage in different ways. I listened to Matt Verderam, and I thought it was really fascinating, him talking about nickel and base. I just don't see the Bills running a lot of base defense in this game other than when the Chiefs, when they go with matchups. And look, that's what happened last week. We talked so much all week about nickel versus base. It was matchups. That's what it was. When they brought in Ricard and an extra tight end, the Bills went with a base defense. When they were going, lighter and not as heavy, the Bills still stuck with nickel. I don't think it'll be any different this time. The Chiefs aren't the Ravens, but the Chiefs will go 3 tight ends. Right. That's what they did last year. Mm-hmm. Last year in the playoffs, a big reason why the Chiefs stayed on the field, they just big boyed the Bills. They went 3 tight ends, and the Bills never came out of nickel.
So I don't have, and I doubt you do either, any reservations about Allen in this spot. I mean, he's been great in big games before, in the playoffs, at Arrowhead. I'm not. We've talked all year. I don't want to say though. We've talked all year about how sustainable the Bills' lack of turnovers on offense is really. And we've kind of gotten to a point here where, there's only 2 more games, so I don't have to freak out about that. But how do you feel about that aspect of things? I guess maybe the question really is, do they scale back anything about things about their offense to keep possession, to cut down on turnovers? Because obviously this year they've been successful doing that, and they've also been successful winning all the time. So I just wonder about how to predict, if there's any way to do it, the takeaway stuff in this game.
No, maybe if you see maybe a little bit like a facsimile of last week's game, or more low variance, keep the ball. Like you don't have to ask Josh to do too much. Don't take risks. They didn't throw a lot to the perimeter. They ran the ball very well. I think that's the formula. That's what the way they want to play. I don't know if that's dialing it back at all. But I think that's the way they want to play. And I think on the other side is true, Mike. I've wondered all year how sustainable it is to get those turnovers they've been getting, right? But here we are again, 3 more last week. And, they're playing in the AFC Championship game. But this is a different team, too. The Chiefs don't turn the ball over. They haven't. They haven't since Week 11. That was the last time that Patrick Mahomes threw an interception. Might be the last time they even fumbled, to be honest with you. Fumbled away, at least. And I think that, to me, both these teams are going to be basically waiting for the other to make a mistake, because they both won like that all year. And the minute they do, they're going to try to capitalize on that mistake. So does that mean that they take less risk? Sure. I don't know if that means they scale back anything because it's been their formula all year anyway to kind of just play like that.
Yeah, the Chiefs, for all the time I've spent on the Bills and their lack of turnovers, was it 8 for the year? No lost fumbles since week 4. The Chiefs game here that's their last turnover. Fumble or interception. The Bills picked off Mahomes twice in that game, Rapp and Bernard. And that's the last time the Chiefs have turned the ball over at all. So both teams have that going.
Yeah. Well, Sal, thinking about like how to handle this defense and Chris Jones and Karlaftis, like I feel as secure as maybe I've ever felt about the Bills in that way up front. Like I know what Jones is capable of, and like any given play, he can absolutely kick the sand in your face and take your lunch money. Right? I mean, he's a bully.
Yep.
But man, I think it's such a luxury to go into a game knowing you've got Brown and Dawkins, and I think they're playing as well as any tandem in the league right now. Those two.
Agreed with you. And that's one area where I think the Bills also can win this game. It's a tough challenge against their front. I'm not saying it's not. I like the D-line for the Bills, advantage over the Chiefs O-line better, but I do think the way the Bills O-line is playing that they can, do some things here. Now, the last time these two teams played, no one ran the ball in the Bills other than Josh Allen. They just could not get anything going. I think it was 2.2 yards a carry outside of Josh Allen. But some of that is that they did not have Spencer Brown. And some of that might have been they didn't have Dalton Kincaid because they don't have necessarily as much of a threat when you have a tight end on the field, to throw. They did have Dawson Knox, but all that stuff kind of matters a little bit. I just think the way that the Bills can roll 3 running backs, the way that they can use their running backs out of the backfield, I think they can keep the Chiefs on their toes a little bit. And I just love how they've leaned into the 6 offensive linemen, and they've been able to do that. Chris Jones is a nightmare at times. Now, the thing about him is he freelances a lot, and that can be really good and make plays for them. It also can hurt them. You remember back in that Week 11 game, actually, I think it might have been on the Josh run. I'm not sure. I thought there was a play in there where I think Romo might have pointed out on the broadcast, like he kind of did his own thing, and that hurt them, right? Like, but sometimes he does his own thing, and he comes up with a huge play because he's doing that. So I think, this is a game where you got to know where he is. You got to be ready for the unexpected. You got to be ready to have some off script. If you're Josh Allen, he will. We know that. But at the same time, I just think you just keep doing what you've been doing, running the football and controlling the game because they've been so good at it.
So there's no Bills radio network for this game because
I tweeted that out today. When you get to this point in the season, the national the affiliates along the network, they have to go with the national broadcast. The NFL takes it over. They give it to the national. But we are still doing the game, and it's still on WGR, of course. And there are ways to listen. If you're out of town, you could still go on a computer or laptop, go to WGR550.com, hit listen live. You can also, I believe SiriusXM is still carrying the Bills Radio Network call for their away feed as well. Mm-hmm. Or you could still listen on the Odyssey app if you're within 60 miles of Orchard Park.
Yeah, so Bulldog, you don't have to worry about which queue it is going to breaks this week. It's just WGR. There's no network, break, local, none of that.
You want to know? I'm going to let you know a secret. I don't ever worry. Well, I worry about that once a year when you're not here for a game. That's it. Then I have to look at that. I have to know which out queue is which. But you handle all that.
It has been the same order for 10 years, and I still have to think about it. All right, what is this one? It's number 5. Like, I still have to think about that, but not Sunday. Sal, yesterday, maybe it was, when we asked about the Assistant Coach of the Year award that Joe Brady is up for. You looked that up, and apparently it goes back for 11 years.
2014, and Brian Daboll won it in 2020.
Well, I didn't maybe congratulate him then, but I'll do that now. And that'll be one of the awards a couple of nights before the Super Bowl or that week. We get the MVP at that point, but all this has probably been voted on already.
Yeah, and it's called NFL Honors. I heard you guys talking about it yesterday, and it's called NFL Honors. And the finalists for NFL Honors were announced. The winners will be announced at the NFL Honors Award Show on Thursday night before the Super Bowl. The Bills have Damar Hamlin, who's up for Comeback Player of the Year. He's a finalist. Joe Brady, Assistant Coach of the Year, and Josh Allen for MVP. I think a lot of people believe that Sean McDermott should have been a finalist for Coach of the Year. That did not happen. And I agree with Deion Dawkins, guys. I don't know why the NFL does not have a Lineman of the Year award. I mean, as I wrote on Twitter today, we have it here in Western New York. I'm a big part of the Trench Trophy. I didn't play in the trenches, but my old high school coach and athletic director, Carl Curris, he founded the Trench Trophy. It's been amazing to kind of recognize the best high school offensive and defensive linemen of the year in Western New York. College has it. It's the Outland Trophy, and that's just the interior linemen they honor for the Outland Trophy, right? So it's about time. I'm glad that Deion brought that up. I think the NFL needs to have that.
I want to get word to Dawkins that I was talking like this back in September. Whenever we first started talking about MVP, I said, I think with you with us, like one of these segments, like, just do what college does. Just have an award for every position group, and like, here's the best guy at this position. That makes sense. I mean, why not do that?
Yeah, I agree. And, if someone says, well, just offense or defense, well, you can do both, but as a defensive lineman, you can win the defensive player of the year. We've seen that happen many times. No offensive lineman wins the offensive player of the year. So that, for me, it's more about the offensive lineman.
Right.
I guess. I don't need more awards, but I guess it's all valid what you're saying. Does Hamlin being up for comeback player of the year make sense?
Sure. I don't have a problem with it at all. I think that maybe it's we should have given it to him last year, so he'll get it this year. I get all that. I do. I do think there's a sense of, though, DeMar last year during the year, there's been a lot written about this. He's talked about it. Last year was a lot about everything he went through and coming back onto the field. And I think a lot of that, you guys know when training camp started and mini camp, and I would say, boy, DeMar's really looking good. He's having a nice camp. I think the comeback for him is to be a whole football player again, if that makes sense, right? And not the other stuff that went along with everything that went with his career last year. All
right, Sal, have a good trip out there. Big one.
Okay, guys, we'll talk on Monday maybe. Hopefully Hopefully about how we're all going to get together in New Orleans.
Oh, Sal, on Monday, you better be ready to talk at 2 a.m. to somebody, because if they win this game, it's going all night, bro.
That's right. I'll be there for you guys. Let's hope that's the case.
No, I'm not going to be here till 2 in the morning.
Well, hey, whoever's there, I'm still there for you, Bulldog. You can call me. I'll be ready. I'll talk to you.
Thank you, Sal. Love you,
all
buddy.
Right,
all right, good. Have a good trip again. There's Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. His appearances are brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? Did I just do a bad thing and jinx something by saying we're going to be on all night if the Bills win?
Not in my mind.
Okay.
It's true.
No, Zach's shaky on it. All right.
What, do you not want to tell people? That doesn't sound like good programming.
No, it doesn't sound like good programming.
I think you probably want to tell people.
Right.
This is the plan. And I would fully expect Sal to call in from the airport or something on his way from the stadium to the plane. Right. I would expect it. I would expect nothing less from Sal. 803-0550. We've been talking quite often today about how the fans feel. You would know. Lines open for your calls. Football Friday continues. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Football Friday on WGR.
Only one player has been ruled out for the Bills ahead of Sunday's AFC Championship game against Kansas City. That is safety Taylor Rapp, though he has not practiced at all this week. Christian Benford is the other player that has a game day designation. He is questionable, still in concussion protocol, though was limited for much of this week. Benford, though, did miss today due to personal reasons. For more on that, Sal Capaccio does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. For the Chiefs, no player is listed on their injury report. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. For Sunday, pregame will get underway at 10 a.m., carry all the way to kickoff at 6:30, but we'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Around the rest of the NFL, a lot of coaching news today. Buccaneers, they lose offense coordinator Liam Cohen. He's going to stay in the state of Florida and take the Jaguars head coaching position, while the Raiders are going the veteran route. They're bringing in former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. And then the Texans, they're going to be on the market for an offensive coordinator as the team is reportedly moving on from Bobby Slowick. Slowick did spend the last 2 years with Houston as their OC. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kickoff 2025 in the new Chevy from Paddock. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, this time of year in particular, he usually plays at a very high level. You know, if you go back and watch all their postseason runs and their Super Bowls, it's usually Chris Jones on the defensive side at least, making those plays that impact the game. And I believe he did it last year in their Super Bowl win, and you've got to make sure that you account for him in everything you do.
Sean McDermott this morning on WGR. Chris Jones, big factor in this game coming up Sunday night. 49 hours away.
Thank you for that.
Suddenly I'm Mike Emmerich.
Right.
We were watching a women's hockey game recently, and the announcer said 100 seconds left, and my wife was like, why would you say that?
Yeah.
I'm like, Emmerich every time would say 100 seconds. He also never said the word bounce. Yeah. And he's like the best ever.
Yeah.
You could say the word bounce.
You could, rather than careened.
You could say careened, but you should also mix in bounce. And here I am with the big lecture on Mike. You know, what he's catching strays today from me.
Yes, right.
Minute 40.
Yeah, that works. Yeah. I know what that means.
I know what that means.
I don't want to have to do math when you're telling me how much time is left in the period. Don't make me do that.
Great hockey voice. Great hockey voice.
Yes, one of the best. But
come on, say bounce.
That was
the pucks can bounce.
Yeah.
They don't always just ricochet.
Yep.
Let's go back to your calls. Mike is next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Both of you, Mike and Chris, I listened to yesterday's show, and I just really loved yesterday's show. I didn't get a chance to listen to much today's, but I have come to the realization that I've morphed into the two of you as far as my sports takes go. Mike, at times I'm neurotic and over-analytical like you, and Chris, like you, I'm highly emotional at times. So I just want to thank you guys for doing that. And why is Zach Jones not on the stream? That's the other thing I wanted to ask. And the third thing I wanted to say was I want to give props to a player that doesn't get much, and that's AJ Epinesa. If you look back to 2021 and throughout each playoff run, even throughout the regular season, this guy makes plays. He tips balls. He makes a sack. He made a huge tackle with Milano last week against Baltimore. So I want to give AJ some props, and I want this for you guys and us as well. Like, I feel like a lot of people that have called in, it is kind of our time. And I don't know if there's analytics on this, Mike, but I'm going to ask you, what are the odds? Not the odds, but what do analytics say about this week, this game, this time, just as far as wins and losses go? I know it's 5-5 overall, but I think we're due, and I think it's our time. And I just want to wish you guys the best this weekend, and hopefully we're there in a few weeks.
Okay. I don't know how to answer the question. They're 2-point underdogs. 46%, 47%. Is that numbers enough?
DVOA Aaron Schatz could maybe get you an answer, but I don't have it at the tip of my fingers. But if you want to search him on the social media machine, maybe you can find it, because I'll bet he's been tweeting about it, like the matchup. So find FTN, find Aaron, and I think you might get an answer.
It's probably not worth too much effort because it's going to be a coin flip almost everywhere, right? I mean, maybe some metrics would have the Bills as a slightly bigger favorite, but nothing that would be that meaningful. Neurotic Am I neurotic? What does that mean? Do I come off as neurotic to you? Like, does that sort of sounds like I'm crazy? I don't think I'm crazy.
No, I honestly think I'm way more neurotic than you are.
I do too, but not in a bad way. I wouldn't say that about you in a bad way. No, like all your stuff about things have got to be sort of placed in a certain way and all of that. Like, that's more you than me.
Yeah. And even asking, did I just drink something? Because I said we're going to be on all night, overnight. Like, that's neurotic. Yeah, I mean, it's some version of it anyway. Yeah. I am all mixed up like pasta primavera, brother. And we don't have a camera for Zach Jones because we couldn't afford another camera. I really don't know why. I don't know.
No one needs to see me. We're good.
Maybe they'll come at someday. I don't know.
I don't know either. Steven is next. Hello.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I wanted to say, first of all, Bulldog, your strategy for Sunday, nap or brunch, nap, kickoff, that sounds like a plan.
All right.
Like exactly
I'll see you there. All right, good.
Okay. What I wanted to say about the game coming up Sunday, now when you look at against the Ravens, it was obvious that what the Bills wanted to do was counter all the criticism, they were getting about the defense and how they wouldn't be able to stop Henry and Lamar. And overall, that's exactly what they did. Of course, the third quarter, that was disastrous for both sides of the ball for the Bills, but they still won. But the thing I want to say with this game coming up, I was talking to a buddy of mine and I asked him, who do you think the most pressure is on in this game? And he said it, Josh Allen. So with that in mind, I believe the Bills in this game are going to have a wide open offensive game. The defense is still obviously going to have to step up because you look at the playoff game last year, they had injuries that they sustained against Miami and Pittsburgh. And so, it was said that Mahomes is just sitting back there in a lawn chair. They weren't touching him. Now, you look at the game back in Week 11, that was not the case. They were obviously able to get to him, and they ticked him off twice. And I think it's significant that Terrell Bernard got that second tick. And then what you had before that was Josh Allen running 26 yards from scrimmage, the longest run of the game. So what I'm saying is that I think the Bills are going to come out with a really good balance on both defense and offense, but the offense is the one that's going to really stand out this time. And I'm expecting Josh to have, I'd say, 250 to 300 yards passing, probably at least one rushing touchdown, and the Bills to establish a really good, strong running game.
Okay.
And so that's my take on that.
Thank you.
All right, Steven. Enjoy the game. Good luck with brunch.
255 is well clear of his prop. 225 is the Allen line. The Mahomes line is 255, which is 10 yards more than his average this year, for whatever that's worth. And way more than last week.
990 more than last week.
177. He also has over 1.5 passing touchdowns, Mahomes, like minus 175 I saw, which is like a pretty strong lean toward over, so 2 or more. And he's had 2 or more in 2 of his last 6 games, I think. I think the betting markets make it look like the Kansas City offense will deal, that Mahomes will have a good to great day. And I usually take my cues from that, and that makes sense to me already. Like, the Bills' defense is not great. And this guy in the playoffs at home with some pretty good rest and his full complement of players, I don't know. I doubt the Bills get pressure on him, really. I would expect him to – I'm taking over on those numbers because I think they're speaking to me like this is But the Bills can win anyway. It's just a hard game for me to imagine would be one where either quarterback is, like, off. I can't see it from Mahomes. I can't see it from Allen. It's too important. And he is not somebody who has shied away from that kind of thing. He's been in big games. He's been great in them. So you never know, but I like the stars in this game to be stars. Allen, Mahomes, Kelsey. That's the list.
Pretty much, yeah. That is it. I think so much of the reputation of the Chiefs is what drives a lot of that. They have not been that team almost all year.
So, could they have a game where? Sure, of course. Like we've seen it. We've seen it in the playoffs. We've seen it. Mahomes has been money. I don't know. I'm looking at their year. I'm looking at last week after all their time off, and they had 200 yards against the Houston Texans. I mean, Kelsey had 117 himself. They barely had 100 more as an offense. So I don't know where it's coming from. And the Bills have had, sure, they give up yards to this team. I don't know that they give up yards to this version of this team. So I'm here for. It's just like, wow, I can't believe that Mahomes only threw for 200 yards. Like I'm here for that game. I feel like that's the game I'm expecting more and more as the week goes on. Maybe I'm talking myself into it like a lot of fans can do, and like whatever, guilty. I'm looking at their body of work this year. And their body of work is not that impressive on offense. There's a reason Mahomes dropped out of the MVP consideration. The only reason ever in the consideration for MVP was because it was kind of a placeholder. Like, if he gets hot and they're undefeated, look out. And we don't want to get burned putting him up at, plus 400 or something. So let's make him the favorite. I think a lot of that is reputation, and the reputation ain't going to mean a whole lot when you get on the field on Sunday. I just don't think they're that team anymore. Or at least they haven't been this year. So if they can exploit Cole Bishop and hit some plays down the field and do something other than Kelsey on offense, I'll be impressed. But last week they couldn't against Houston.
I like Houston's playmakers on defense, though, and I don't remember how significant they were to that, but. Point taken. That's not neurotic to me. None of that.
No, it's the opposite of neurotic. Like, to me, like neurotic would be, they beat me, every time in this spot, so of course he's going to throw for 400 yards because that's what they do. And I don't know, that's ignoring what the year has been. I agree. I like the edge guys I've talked about a lot. Stingley's excellent back there at corner for them, Houston. So they've got guys that I don't have, and I recognize that. So it's got to be scheme and confusion, I think, is what I got to be looking for. And I don't know, I think if the Bills play outside of what has been their comfort zone against this team, I think that's where that could come into play. That you could get a game from Mahomes who's like, it just looks off. Because maybe he doesn't trust what he's seeing if it's not what he was expecting.
Let's go to Dustin. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Great. Neuroses and all.
Yes. I wanted to go back. Y'all were talking about Cole Bishop and how you're kind of surprised that he wasn't starting yet. And I agree with that completely. Should we be worried that he hasn't earned that spot yet, or is it just because of that Rapp kind of plays that same position and that he can't play that deep safety like Hamlin can?
Not to be
what we're looking at.
Yeah, I don't mean to be nitpicky. I'm not surprised he wasn't starting. I was expecting him to. Those are different things. Once the season started, Hamlin and Rapp, I think, earned the trust of the fan base to some extent and to varying degrees, and certainly the coaching staff. So once it got going, it wasn't a surprise to me. But I liked the player, and I thought he would displace somebody because, I didn't think they were all set back there. But it turned out that, they pretty much were.
I'd be a little worried about it. Like, this is such a huge ask of him, and he hasn't started. He doesn't have the experience. And now it's Mahomes at Arrowhead in the AFC Championship and Kelsey. Sal mentioning the possibility of using him toward Kelsey. Okay, good luck. That's right. I don't think it's ideal, if that's anything to say. Getting connected, thanks, Dustin, with the fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online, northtownkia.com.
I would say this. If it came down to, I gotta pick a guy, he's got to cover Kelsey, I would rather have that be Bishop than Rapp. That's not the whole scheme of the defense and all the quadrants of the field and all the responsibilities and all the stuff. But if we're playing pickup and the job is you have to shadow that guy, I think athletically Bishop borderline blows Rapp out of the water.
Football Friday on WGR, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Start your game day the Crosby's way. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. This is WGR. Beef goalies.
Why not?
Why not? Take some of the edge off for Sunday night. Next up, we have Anthony. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Good evening here. My big kind of fear of this game is I feel confident for this game. You know, I think the Bills are going to handle it. But if you're a referee believer that they favor the Chiefs, because of Bishop, they're going to start – Mahomes is going to launch the ball 40 yards and hope for the pass interference flag. That brings them down to the red zone and gets them into scoring position. You know, that's kind of my whole fear of the situation. But I don't know if you guys are in this with this referee thing either. But
I don't care at all about it. I never cared all about it. In part, it's just to protect myself from, I mean, we've talked about being neurotic quite a bit already in the last half hour. It's to keep myself from going insane, in part. I just don't. But, you have a very specific fear here, and I don't think it's unfounded. Whether it's the refs have it in for. I mean, Bishop is inexperienced. The Chiefs will test him, and a way that inexperience could manifest itself is with him, being early to the contact on that. He just hasn't played a lot at this level, so I don't think you have an unfounded fear. I just wouldn't think it's an agenda from the officials. Like, okay, let's throw the flag on the new guy. It's just they're going to test the new guy. I think they'd be crazy not to. I think you have a leg to stand on, but it's just not the ref leg for me.
I think the overall point is that there is value in taking those shots always.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of many reasons why I want to throw the ball all the time. And for me, I got a year here where the Bills are 2 wins away, and they have Allen, who might win the MVP, at worst second, and they're like a running team, which it just continues to blow my mind. So I would just, in a vacuum, always say, why shouldn't the Bills take those shots? Doesn't mean the refs are crooked. It means that you'd better not, too obviously, get your hands on the guy, or else it's going to be a flag. And why wouldn't I want that? It's a free 40 yards. They don't even have to complete the pass. So one of many reasons why the rules skew a certain way toward favoring throwing the ball. You can't have that on a running play. There's just no way to have that on a running play. The penalty on a running play is you for holding.
Yeah,
bad.
The best you're going to do is a personal foul for a face mask or something.
Maybe, right.
Yeah, but it's not as frequent at all.
Yeah. Thanks, Anthony. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog back after the update here on Football Friday, WGR.
Rule out for the Buffalo Bills ahead of Sunday's matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship. That is safety Taylor Rapp. He missed all of this week dealing with a hip injury. And then Christian Benford is questionable. He is still in concussion protocol, but appeared to miss today due to personal reasons. And then neither Matt Milano or Teron Johnson have any game day designations. Both will be good to go. And then on Kansas City side of things, no player was listed on their injury report. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. For pregame on Sunday, it'll get underway at 10 a.m., carry all the way to kickoff at 6:30. We'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call for the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. And then around the NFL, big day in coaching news. Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is leaving Tampa, but staying in Florida and taking the Jaguars head coaching position, while the Raiders are going the veteran route. They're bringing in former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. Now that just leaves two head coaching options left, the Saints and the Cowboys. And then the Texans, they're going to be in the market for an offensive coordinator, as the team is reportedly moving on from Bobby Slowick after 2 seasons with him serving as OC. And a reminder, catch Sal Capaccio as he takes you behind the scenes on Bills Championship Game Day with his all-access Facebook Live from Kansas City on the WGR Facebook page. Presented by Corona Extra. Touchdown to the finer life with Corona Extra for the fans who never lose. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 of the new Chevy from Paddock. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Like Schopp and the Bulldog.
Inside, my liver's all twisted up. But you know what I did? I took Deborah, went to the liquor store, I loaded up with alcohol, more specifically vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Welcome back. It is Friday, isn't it? Football Friday. What are we doing tonight? There's no hockey game, so we're kind of open.
I'm going down to Allentown tonight. I'm gonna
really?
Go, I'm gonna go to Nietzsche's. It's been a while since I've darkened the door of the fabled Nietzsche's down there at the end of Allen Street. Right at the end of Allen Street. It's right where Allen Street ends.
Is that before you turn the corner?
Yeah. That becomes Wadsworth. I think is the name of that street that's around the corner. So Allen ends there.
That's confusing.
I suppose,
because you're not actually changing streets, but you're changing street names.
But I think that's right.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. Well, I definitely know where Nietzsche's is. It's down at that end. I'm pretty sure that it changes names at that corner.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. My friend Beeve from the Leroy Towns Band has a new venture. I don't know. They haven't really buttoned up. It's just called Beeve's Damn Good Band.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go see a damn good band. Yeah, they start right now. Actually, they're playing right this second. I'm missing it. That's all right. They're playing from now until 9.
You'll catch a lot of it.
I'll catch most of it.
Picks, apparently. So this is not a contest anymore.
Sure. No, I got drilled.
You know, with the freedom, because there's so much. This will be short, so we can talk to some more listeners here before we're done. The freedom, I feel, not having the picks count in the standings tonight, because of the pressure from that is so great, makes me want to take Washington. I'll take 6 with Washington. I don't love it. I mean, I just want it. I want it because, for one thing, I've got a fantasy team that's really could use Washington guys to hit. So there's that, and I won't tell you who I need in the other game on that team. Unless you watch ADP chasing today, then you'll see it. Come on, Washington. And I really do. I'm really curious if Daniels is just like superior.
Right.
He's better than Hurts right now. And Hurts is not healthy.
That's right.
He's going to wear a knee brace. The Eagles, for all their good players, there's just like this tension with them.
There's a wonkiness with them on offense that, just belies the talent. It doesn't make sense. So I do think Washington's live. I'll take Philly just to play the game here with you. One more. Can I moan a little bit about last week? Houston. Oh boy, Houston was right there. They even tried the field goal that would have given me the cover, and they missed it. And they got a safety. It was so maddening. I got a push out of the Eagle game. What the hell? I could have been at least still alive to tie you.
I don't think you were unlucky in the Eagle game. Do you? It's a close game. Barkley hits the second big run, but they don't really ever dominate or anything. They didn't have to win by more, I think. It was about right. Six?
Yeah, 6.
I would say that. I don't think that's a bad beat.
You would.
It could have been yours.
Yeah, it was
the Chiefs.
It was close enough, that's all. The
Chiefs were maybe the same game as that, and they covered by a half a point.
Right.
They covered by a half a point by our line. They went to 9. So the final line ended up being a push, but that's how that goes.
Push wouldn't have helped me anyway.
And then what else? You had the Ravens. That's
right.
That's not a bad beat.
Just because I had to, but really, that was the situation. I had to bet against you in all of them. But I actually liked LA, and I didn't hate Houston.
Wait a minute. You had LA.
Yeah.
Okay, I said it backwards then.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
No.
It was. They could have got there.
LA seemed like maybe that really was the better side. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I had it backwards in my mind.
I liked them, and I really liked Houston. I was the guy. I didn't expect them to win the game, but I was the guy all year. KC's going to lose their first playoff game. I didn't like Houston for the matchup, but whatever. It was close enough. It just couldn't get there. Anyway, whatever. We're just playing for pride now. It's when you really find out about somebody.
The Texans missed a field goal in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. They missed an extra point, and they had a field goal blocked at the end. And that kicker makes them all. Tyler Bass is one important figure in this game on Sunday. The Chiefs have blocked field goals, and you might need them all from Bass.
Grass.
Bass on grass.
Bass on grass. That's grass there, right?
That is grass there.
Okay.
I've never touched it, but I believe it is.
Yeah. I'm under that impression as well. All right. Well, we're both taking the Bills.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you.
Yeah, no, I don't feel rushed. That's fine.
I just want to wrap it up. Yeah, I love the Bills. I've never done this. We talk to these, Sammy and Joe every week during football season, and it's like teasers and alternate lines and all this. I have never. That to me is that's that's outside my realm of gambling. I don't really, but I think I want to go in and find because I'm so big on. I like a 10-point win for the Bills. I think I want to see what I can get, see what kind of numbers I can get if I, take the Bills minus 8.5 or something.
I, of course, will pick them. I'm not as confident as you, and I don't know if I'll even bet the game. I have bet a couple props already, like these Bills receivers at 1.5 catches. Just give me all of them at 2. I'll see if I can get 4 out of 6 right. Cook, Knox, even Samuel, Cooper, Coleman, they're all 1.5 catches.
Because it's crazy. If you don't have to think that the Bills are going to complete 25 passes in the game, right? But they could. They threw it 40 times the last time they played the Chiefs, and so they couldn't run it. Maybe it'll be different this time. I don't know. But 25 passes, they got to go somewhere.
The line is 30.5.
Somebody's got to catch some damn passes.
So if Allen throws 30 passes, that's under. And is he going to complete 25? Is what you're saying? 25 completions.
25 completions is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what is Shakir going to catch 13?
Right.
No, that's going to be profitable.
Yeah,
if that happens. Yeah. And I think it should. It's about Allen. And I have faith in him. Why would you not? They just haven't won there. If you think about 13 seconds and how ridiculous it would be, I'm not saying you're doing it. This is sort of the straw man argument maybe, but how ridiculous it would be to hold that against him. You just never would.
Mm-hmm.
But they lost the game anyway. Can't be worried about him and the pressure, all that. The pressure makes great players greater. And he knows he's all over it. Like he knows
right from the start. The Cowboy game is the first. The Thanksgiving game is the first. That's the first one, right? I think that's the first hurdle. I know it's not his first night. I'm just saying, like that. That was like, oh, he's maybe pretty good. Let's see how he does. And he has been largely. A terrible outing to open the season before last season in New York against the Jets. Obviously, 3 picks. It was terrible. I think like that's most of his primetime mistakes, like big game, standalone game mistakes. Like the Jet game that's a lot of it. So, wow, I'm just seeing with the lag on the video not to wave my hand like I was just waving because it's totally obscuring the entire camera. It's just like my ring is just all over the camera. Anyway, sorry everyone, for our viewers at home. I think you should trust Allen. Like he could have a bad game, it could go badly, but I just don't expect him to come into this game being like tight or, anything. I just think he's been money in these spots.
Maybe this is finally when we see, and I don't want to, this is not a setup. I'm not necessarily thinking that way, but see if he's got the weapons that he needs, the separation and the playmaking ability. Because if Kansas City does score, and you could say that last week's game was a version of this too, but they had the lead. They were able to be a little bit less aggressive, if you will. It's really almost not fair to say it because they've had a great season their way. And so that is to be pointed out and acknowledged. But it's all about, winning now. Like the whole point of the season was to win a championship. They've earned the right to play for one. Now, do they have enough? Defensively, we've got injuries again. Last week, Denver, okay, look at the Bills. Like they're not stressed out. They didn't have to go in week 18. Rapp is a loss. You want Benford. Who knows what Milano is? Like he's gonna go.
Yeah.
And maybe he's fine. But there's something there now. You've got a couple of guys here that their absence would be costly.
Yeah.
This matchup especially.
I probably would be better off not even saying this because what's it worth? It's not worth the paper it would be written on if I were writing it. But I'll be stunned if Benford doesn't play. I'd be stunned if he didn't play. He practiced yesterday, even protocol. I trust that they'll find their way to getting him cleared.
Well, I'm the same way.
If that doesn't sound too,
I'm the same way.
Subterfuge. I think they'll find a way to get him cleared.
Taron Johnson against Denver.
Yeah, he's going to play.
He's coming back.
He's going to play.
He's coming back.
I'd be stunned if he didn't play.
It's a neck injury.
So it's Rapp. That's a loss. He's made big plays for them. He's been better than I thought he was going to be. I mean, part of the reason why I thought Bishop would be in the starting lineup midway through the year is I didn't really trust Rapp. I thought he would play his way out of a spot with penalties or whatever, and it just has not happened. He's been solid.
Let's go to Mike here. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Just great, man.
Well, here's my takes. First off, every time I call you, I talk about Jordan Phillips. I think he is going to have a monster game and putting a lot of pressure on Mahomes up the middle. I think that Hamler is going to have a pick 6.
Hamlin, you mean? Yeah, okay.
Hamlin, you're right. My mistake.
It's okay.
Hamlin. I think that Rasul Douglas is finally going to be able to catch a football. He's missed a lot of interceptions this year that are right in his hands. I think he's finally going to catch a football. And lastly, it's Miller time.
All right. I hope that's right. I would love – I feel like Douglas has had a tough back end of the season to me. Like, I don't know what the grades look like. I just feel like whenever there's a mix-up, like he's on the scene, it feels like. Like he's on the scene in the Bishop mishap in Houston. He's on the scene in the mishap against Denver.
Franklin.
Yeah, right. And neither of those have to be his fault at all, but he's just there. And then there's other stuff. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like he's not near the man that's getting the ball often enough for my liking. So him making a play would be a really nice add because I just don't feel like he's been great this year.
Quiet year.
Yeah.
Chadley is back with us. Hello.
Hey, guys. How are y'all? Happy Friday.
Same to you.
I was going to talk about Joe Brady just for a second. Being in SEC country, I got to watch that 2019 LSU almost every week. And so, they had a similar buildup of what Buffalo does. They had an elite offensive line, and obviously they had NFL receivers at every position and running backs. But this offense, what's amazing to me about Joe Brady and how, and he's kind of got a gift, and what they've built is if this offensive line isn't elite, we can't talk about this team the way we are now.
That's right.
Everything around that line. If Josh wins the MVP, I think he will acknowledge that. But, we're not one-dimensional. So I think Buffalo's going to come in with a game plan how they want to run this offense, and I think it's going to be similar to how we did to Denver. We can run like a dump truck and go 6 to 7 minutes and score a touchdown and not give you any possessions and not give you any time. And I think that will possibly or hopefully force Kansas City to press on offense and, force them to be like, hey, we're going to have to start passing. We got to, we can't get the ball because they're driving down the field. And then I also think if that doesn't work or Kansas City shuts that down, then we can open it up and look, all right, you want to go shootout? We can play shootout too. And we did that against the Lions. We did that against the Rams and open that playbook up and fire away. So I think they'll have a game plan going in, but Joe Brady and this offensive line gives them that ability to flex if they need to. And I think that's where it's going to come down to what team is going to make the adjustment and execute those adjustments.
Okay, thanks. Maybe. Sounds all perfectly reasonable. 803-0550 for your calls. Allen is going for his 8th playoff win, which is the same number as Kelly had.
All right.
It's 7, right, so far? 20, 2 times, 1 each the next 3 years, and then 2 this year. So far, 7.
All right.
Mahomes is going for 17 playoff wins, which would be second all-time to Brady. 35. The list is Brady 35, Mahomes and Montana 16, Bradshaw, Elway, your buddy, and Peyton Manning at 14. It's really that big a lead, Brady 35. Peyton Manning won 14 playoff games. Brady won 35 playoff games. I think he
played until he was like 60.
He played a long time, and I know I didn't watch half of them because I was so bored with them. Just not excited. I can't say not impressed, but not excited about the Patriots. They were just the most boring, great team. The comparisons, like the chief discourse is the Patriots dynasties. I mean, they're going for the guys in Kansas City today. Before I went on, we're talking about like, what if we win 3 in a row? No one's done that. Mahomes 4 already. He's not 30 yet. Just what's out there. Kelsey being second all time in receiving yards, first in catches.
The Jerry Rice
point.
Right.
All these things, like, that's all correct. And so they would go down, like, all sports, if they're not there yet. They're not really there yet. But just the bowls, the great winners. Most of those teams, I would say, including Kansas City, are kind of interesting and even fun sometimes. Like the Warriors comp that gets made, holy cow, the Golden State Warriors were transformative. I mean, that was must-see TV. Like, they were different. They were so good, and it just almost didn't make sense. The Curry warm-up videos, like just from 40 feet over and over. Like, just this is amazing. I'm not a big NBA fan. I was drawn to that. Like,
yeah.
And then when they won a couple, I wanted them to keep winning. I was on the ride. Like, I don't care if LeBron James wins a title for Cleveland. I want more Golden State. I want them I want this to last as long as possible, and for the Warriors to be like the all-time best. Like that's what I got sucked into, and they didn't quite get there. They lost to Toronto, they lost to Cleveland, but still, like that's a dynasty.
Yep.
The Chiefs are closer to that to me than they are to the Patriots.
I think when it started, that's who they were. The league just doesn't allow you to do that. Like they were like fast break, big time plays. Mahomes, oh my God! Like he shows up and just the first year he's starting, like to start the regular season, not that game at the end of his rookie year. It's 5 touchdowns, right? It's just like, oh my God, this guy's going to set the league on fire, and he did for a while. And then it sort of cooled off, and the defenders figured out how to play, and it's all sort of he's come back to the pack. The league has a way of bringing you back to the pack. And I think they're still excellent. He's excellent. They've got a ton of talent, a ton of experience. I think they're more like a regular football team than they were 3 years ago. And it's part of the reason why I just feel like it's time here. Like they're not... The league makes it very hard for you to be that dominant for that long. And they've gotten by the last 2 Super Bowl years. They've kind of gotten by. Last year especially, they had to go on the road, for crying out loud, after the wild card round last year and beat Buffalo and beat Baltimore and then went and won the whole thing. I just think they're great. They're not a cut above anymore. And it's part of the reason I just feel like it's time for somebody else to, take the ride, even if it's only for 1 year.
Right. Their quest is more historic than it is like best team this season.
Yes.
They had the best record this season, and if they win it, that'll be noted.
That'll
right?
look pretty good for them, yeah.
If we didn't watch it or pay attention, like, oh, they're just the same.
Right.
So that's what they're going for, and everybody else is just going to win one. And in the Bills' case, they're first ever, unlike Philadelphia or even Washington. My son asked me about Washington because he's never known them to be good. Right. But he loves Daniels. Like, he's into that.
Yeah.
And he was asking me, like, have they ever been good? And so we ended up in a conversation about the 80s teams, who I tended to like, and how Joe Gibbs won.
Hogs.
Yeah. How he won with 3 different quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty good on him, to do that in a decade.
Right.
If you're that good, why would you need 3 different quarterbacks in an era, like a pre-cap era? Why would you need that? But Theismann was old, and then you had Doug Williams, and then Rippon. To win with Rippon, like, how do you do that?
It's kind of incredible. Like, Theismann is the closest to a franchise quarterback for them of those 3.
Yeah.
And even him, like, he was, he was all right.
Yeah. And then I made the point that I've made every time this team gets brought up from Steve Tasker, which is that's the best team I ever played against.
Right.
Like, just matter of fact. I don't know if he would still say that. He probably would, because he hasn't played in a while. Would he still say best team he's ever seen? Because I was taken, the first time he told me that was on the air, and I was taken aback by that. Like, really? Because, wow. Mark Rippon, that team was the best of the teams, like the Super Bowl teams you played?
Man to man, across
absolutely.
the board, just killers. Yeah.
Maybe they're the Eagles right now, a little bit, just like great players all over the field. Quarterback gets by.
Though I don't remember all of the Washington players in that era being from Georgia. Philadelphia's
the Eagles.
Just got a pile of Georgia guys.
Seems like a good strategy.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
We talked to Matt Verderam earlier from SI about the game on Sunday. That's next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Football Friday.
seconds was just kind of looking at the audience and just marveling on how the team is so behind them. And he said, oh, my gosh, I just love these guys. I think this team, with Josh, everybody else, I think they genuinely love our fans, the Mafia. It's not about a paycheck. It's about bringing that trophy home. And this seems to really ring true with this team. And I just thought it was such a cool sentiment. And I love those guys. I love the team. Dion, you're awesome, man. Win on three. 1, 2, 3, win.
All right, Ed. Thank you for the cheer.
He's a young-looking guy. Matt Verderam, our guest, and so is Matt. Apparently, I haven't met Matt, but I see looking at his picture. Here on the Western Hotline, does it sound right that Pete Carroll would be the oldest NFL coach in history?
Yeah, like I was actually looking at this during the hiring cycle. I'm pretty sure, based on my research, the only coach who's ever been over the age of 65 at the time of their hiring was Bruce Arians in Tampa Bay. He was 67.
Okay.
So this is pretty like out there as far as age is concerned for coach. I mean, Pete Carroll's a great coach. My concern for the Raiders is you're not ready to win tomorrow. Like when you get good, if you get good, he's going to probably be 76, 77. Like it seems a little bit of an odd bet, but. We'll see. They have to do something. They haven't been good in 20-some-odd years.
Maybe they'll draft Jaden Daniels Mach 2 and be in the NFC or AFC Championship game next year.
Yeah, whoever that's going to be. Right. That division now is Reed, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Pete Carroll. Like 3 Super Bowl winners.
All over the place. Right.
By the way, Matt, if you're interested, so Marv Levy, Bulldog mentions Marv, when he came to the Bills, that was in 1986. So he would have been 60 or 61, probably 61. That was during the season.
Yeah.
And he lied about his age.
Right.
He presented himself as 3 or 4 years younger, so 58, 57 years old. And it wasn't until years later, Leo Roth, like, actually, Marv, we got a problem. Because I think you're older than you've said this whole time. And he admitted it. But he, just to help his chances, I guess, of getting the job, he pretended that he was younger.
He thought the optics of hiring a whatever age he would have been then would have looked worse. So, yeah, he fudged it a little.
I wonder if Pete Carroll is actually 80.
What? Different world. Smart move by Marv, who coached the Chiefs, by the way, right before he went to the Bills. So it's like the Marv Levy Bowl here on Sunday.
That's right. Well, let's get into that. How do you feel about this game?
I think this game is the Super Bowl. I think whoever wins this game is going to handle whoever comes out of the NFC, with all due respect to the Commanders and the Eagles. Look, it's like a division game at this point. They play each other all the time. So, there's not a lot of secrets. There's not a lot of – I don't see either team coming out and doing something in this game where the other team's just shocked by it. Right? I don't think either team's going to cook something up where the other team's just like, wow, we're completely caught off guard. I think when the Bills have the ball, look, it's no secret. I mean, they want to run the ball and get downhill, whether it's with the backs or with Allen's legs. The Chiefs in the first matchup did a good job until the ultimate play of the game, when Allen broke loose and had one of the highlights of the NFL season. They didn't have Spencer Brown that day. They will this game. That's a big upgrade. The Chiefs didn't have a Menahu. They will this game, so that's a big upgrade. When the Chiefs have the ball, I think it's extremely simple. The Bills have to get pressure on Mahomes. They have to get to him. If they don't, this becomes a very long afternoon. Like they played them in the playoffs 3 times, and in those 3 times, the Bills have 3 sacks for a total of 8 yards lost. They have to get to him. If they can't, this becomes a much more challenging game for Buffalo.
How likely is it, in your view, that they can do that? Like I've been saying all week, like I like what Houston did defensively against Kansas City last week, but they've got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter coming off the edge, and the Bills have got, like this year's model of Von Miller. Gregory Rousseau's a very nice player, but he's not. Sure. Like, set your hair on fire, it's 3rd and 8, look out, here he comes. Neither is Epinesa. They don't have that guy. So, how aggressively do they want to pursue alternate ways to get pressure, i.e. blitzing? Like, that's a good question, I think.
Right. Well, see, this is the question. I went back and watched the Week 11 games because I know I'd be doing a lot of spots like these, and I wanted to be informed. So I went back and watched it. Not surprisingly to anyone who watches the Bills, in that Week 11 game, the Bills came out of their nickel defense one time the entire game. Once. They went to dime. They never got in their base personnel. In fact, in that game, now they didn't have Milano, of course, and that changes some things. But even when the Chiefs were at goal line, 3 tight ends, the Bills sat in nickel. They never came out of that personnel grouping. I think in this game, do you say, hey, look, we're going to sit in our nickel, but we're going to be more willing to blitz out of it? Use Teron Johnson as a blitzer, fire some of the backers as a blitzer, and play man coverage behind it. Like, that's what Houston did a lot in pass downs. So they were willing to bring an extra guy. They brought 5, and they play man. Now, look, the Bills have a couple of really good corners in Benford, who I know right now is in concussion protocol, Johnson, who is now going to play, doesn't have a designation. Are you willing to get into man with Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown and Travis Kelce and just say, look, we're going to take our chances that way? I think that's the better way to play against Kansas City. I think if the Bills try to sit in zone in this game, that is very challenging against Mahomes, especially if he has 3+ seconds to throw. Juwan Taylor is a penalty machine, but he's a pretty capable right tackle in terms of blocking. Tooney has been very solid left tackle, though, against the Texans. He struggled. I think you try to go after that left side of Tooney and Caliendo and play some games and try to get pressure that way, maybe get a strip sack. I think for the Bills, that's probably the way to try to attack them.
Matt Verderam, our guest, SI, Matt Verderam Show, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here on WGR. What is your version of the narrative on Kansas City's offense this year, with not scoring more than 30, all the close games against some bad teams, or teams we thought at the time at least were bad? Then they get Marquise Brown back late in the season, and it might have looked like they were fixed a little bit, that they were sort of able to get the ball down the field. The Houston game, though, also wasn't much. It was more typical of the season they've had. Are you feeling like this is sort of an offense that doesn't have it? Is it a matter of the opponent, the matchup, the fact that it's the playoffs? How do you look at the Chiefs' offense?
So, in the game in the regular season against Houston, which was Week 16, and then Pittsburgh Week 17, Week 18 meant nothing because just like the Bills, the Chiefs rested everybody and got killed by Denver. In those games, the Chiefs were able to protect, and they just destroyed Houston and Pittsburgh with short and intermediate throws. Just killed them. Just constantly over and over and over with Worthy and Kelce and Brown. Just lit them up. The Texans played man in that game, but the Chiefs had a lot of man beaters and took care of them. The Steelers tried to play a lot of soft zone and just got annihilated. That was probably the best offensive game the Chiefs played all year long. Pittsburgh just couldn't do anything. If the Chiefs wanted to score 45 points, I think they would have done it. Look, I think that it's probably somewhere in between, but again, it's why I go back to the pressure here. Buffalo has to pressure him. They don't have to sack him 5 times, but they've got to get Mahomes off rhythm, off script. Yes, he's dangerous, just like Allen gets out of the pocket, he make a big play, but you've got to break up the timing of that offense. If he can take a 5-step drop, scan the field, and throw it, he's going to find somebody. I mean, he's too great of a player. The offense is not explosive by any means. They don't hit a lot of deep shots, but they get yards after the catch, and they're very efficient running the ball. They're not explosive by any means running the football. They might be the least explosive team in the league running the ball, but they're very efficient with Kareem Hunt. But I think this is a game they're going to come out and throw. I think they're going to probably try to go 4 wide a lot in the game, spread the Bills out, force them to kind of declare they want to play, and then have at it and see who wins, who's the better team. But I think the Chiefs' offense is good. I don't think it's anywhere near what it was a couple years ago. I think it's offense.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm glad we're talking.
Football Friday, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550. Prescriptions
you today, Matt, because as the week has been going on, we know, I don't know how much of this you know, I would imagine you're up on it. The Bills broke a bunch of tendencies last week. You let off, you're talking about, 3 linebackers versus nickel. They did that like almost half the time, 45% or so of the game last week. They blitzed, and that's double what they have done all year. They blitzed twice as much last week as they did all year, and they got a result. Now, a lot of that was designed, well, two-pronged. They wanted to stop Derrick Henry, obviously, which they did very well in the first half, a little shakier in the second, and keep Jackson in the pocket. And so now I wonder, as the week is going on, I started out thinking, oh, they played these guys so much. They always play their nickel. That's their base. They're going to stay in that. Now I'm starting to wonder about a little more man coverage, especially if Benford clears the concussion protocol and he's available, whether they'll try to throw. That would be new. I mean, I imagine the Chiefs are obviously aware of it. They're watching the tape of these games, these playoff games where the Bills have done that. But against the Chiefs, I don't know how much they've done of that. So that could be a curveball for the Bills.
It could be. Look, I think so. I don't take a ton away from the way they played against Baltimore schematically, just because the Chiefs are just so much different than Baltimore. Right? Like you're not going to go against Kansas City and go, let's try to take away the run and let them throw it. Like you're not, like nobody's going to the game doing that.
Right.
I remember Greg Williams did that once against the Chiefs, and I'm not kidding. They had 400 yards at halftime. Now that was years ago with Tyreek Hill, but it was the point stands. I think if you're the Bills, you're going to sit in your nickel, because I think if you're the Bills, you're willing to let them run the ball with Kareem Hunt. Like, you're willing to sit there and go, look, if they want to run the ball 15 times for 60, 65 yards of Kareem Hunt, fine. We're not going to let them beat us. Now, the interesting thing in this game, where I think the Chiefs might try to break some tendencies, is the Chiefs do not throw the ball very far down the field. They're very much a rhythm offense, short intermediate throws, accuracy, yards after catch, win with scheme, win with Mahomes. I wonder in this game, Raps out. Obviously, safety's been a little bit of a sore spot at times with the Bills this year. And they have a rookie now who's going to be starting in Cole Bishop. The Chiefs now have their speedsters in Brown and Worthy at the same time. I wonder in this game if the Chiefs, especially early, try to dial up some deep shots down the field. The Chiefs really, other than Worthy all year long, had no speed at receiver. And teams would just roll a safety over Worthy, and there wasn't much they could do down the field. That is now changing with Brown. So, look, I think that the Bills' safeties are going to be a little bit of a key in this game. I don't think all of a sudden you're going to see this bombs-away offense. I think the Bills will play more man than they normally do. I think the Chiefs are going to try to push the ball down the field and get a few explosive plays more than they normally do, and it'll be interesting to see which team kind of wins that battle.
It's hard to think against Mahomes in that area, but, man, so often this year you would have seen it. Like, they just didn't click. Whether that was Worthy or someone else, like balls would be in the sideline and just looked like maybe he had given up on the play, but maybe Worthy. And then, as you said, with Brown, they're at a point where they're just a little bit more equipped, well-equipped.
You mentioned, Matt, 15 for 65, Kareem Hunt. What's the story with Pacheco? Because that's a different back when he's right, as far as, I wouldn't be so willing to just let him assume he can't beat me, because he, to me, is capable of a house call. Kareem Hunt is, basically like me going out to get the mail at this point. Right. So, what is the story with Pacheco?
He has not really ever been right since he's come back. I don't think the explosiveness. He had one run. I forget the first game he came back. It might have been against the Chargers. The first game he came back off of IR after he'd broken his ankle. He came back and looked great. He was explosive, big run, and then that was kind of it. Like he's just been okay. Hasn't been terrible, but hasn't been the guy that some people thought might be like a top 10 back. Sure, he has not become that. Hunt, to your point, Hunt. I don't know that he could outrun a Mazda with one wheel at this point. But it's one of those things, you'll look at him throughout the court, and you're like, he's oddly effective. Like, he just always gets 4 yards. It feels like he never gets 3. He never gets 5. He's just going to get 4. If it's 3rd and 3 and he gets the handoff, he's probably going to get it. And if it's 3rd and 5, they're going to be in 4th down. I don't think you're going to see a ton of Isaiah Pacheco in this game. When they go on to 3rd down, you're going to see Samaj P. Ryan, who they'll throw the ball to. They like to kind of wheel him out of the backfield. He also can block. He's been their 3rd down back this year. But I would suspect that if they run the ball, a designed run, if they run 20 design runs, I would think Hunt's going to get 15 of them.
That sounds right on Pacheco. My one fantasy podcast, ADP Chasing, one of my co-hosts, Pat Corain's like, listen, he had the Tony Pollard injury Pollard wasn't right for a year. He came the whole last year with Dallas. He couldn't get off. And so you can't blame Pacheco if a month after coming back from that injury or even two, he's struggling. Do you have a player after Allen or even maybe after Cook, although I'd like to hear your thoughts on Cook in this matchup, that you think the Chiefs should be afraid of?
So Cook would have been my answer, just because, look, I know the Chiefs did a good job bottling him up the first time. I would tell anybody listening, for both teams, I wouldn't take a whole lot out of the first game in terms of like, well, the Bills didn't run well in that game, so they won't run well in this game. They're going to make adjustments. The Chiefs are going to make adjustments to things that they didn't do well. Like, this is a totally different game, and both teams are missing a lot of guys. I would expect that Cook is going to be a big key here. I would also say that, look, he's a capable receiver. He's not obviously, Austin Eckler in his prime out of the backfield receiving-wise. But I think Cook and Ty Johnson as a tandem, the Chiefs at times, they'll give up some yardage to the backs and the tight ends. They'll kind of let you throw to those guys, and they'll try to take away the receivers. That is somewhat dangerous against Buffalo. We saw what Ty Johnson did against Denver. He's an excellent receiver out of the backfield. If I'm the Bills, I'm kind of trying to play this game in the middle of the field, right? And the ironic thing is I think the Chiefs are probably trying to do the same thing. I think the Bills, you don't want to throw Trent McDuffie. Jalen Watson, I know maybe is not as well known as a name. He's been fantastic this year. He's a lot like Benford. I think you want to probably stay in that Kincaid, Knox area, throw to the backs, let guys try to break a tackle, make a play, run, stay on schedule. I think those backs in the passing game are going to be important because they're going to get matched up on Nick Bolton, who they should beat, because Bolton's good against run. He's terrible in pass coverage. Tranquil and Chenal are much better coverage backers, but still, I think if you're the Bills, you're willing to at least try that matchup out and see if you can't, spring a broken tackle for 15, 20 yards.
How are they using McDuffie? Is he outside? He was inside for a time this year, but did that change in the last month or so?
He's everywhere. They put him all over the field. So he'll play man or zone, outside, inside. They love to blitz him off the nickel spot. They do the same with Jamari Connor. Connor's a good blitzer. They'll use him. They love to blitz their DBs. The Chiefs, when they blitz, a lot of times it's their corners and safeties. And they bring them from odd angles and weird spots. They'll try to overload and create a numbers advantage where you just simply can't pick up everybody. Spagnuolo, I would say, it's his calling card. McDuffie, that was actually another thing that was very interesting when I watched the game. I was kind of curious. I was like, I don't remember. The game was 2 months ago. How did McDuffie do against Shakir? McDuffie never lined up on Shakir the entire game. Never. Not one time. Not man, not in zone. He never was on him. The Bills picked on Najee Johnson relentlessly in that game. Johnson has been really bad for the Chiefs this year. I don't expect to see a lot of Najee Johnson in this game. I think it's going to be Jamari Connor on Shakir again inside, and it'll be McDuffie and Watson on the outside. I think the Chiefs are basically going to try to say, look, you're going to beat us. You're going to beat us inside the numbers. It's going to be with Shakir. It's going to be with tight ends. And it's going to be a lot of long drives. And the Bills are capable of doing it. But I think that's going to kind of be the way the Bills, have to play this game. And we'll see if they can sustain 3, 4, 5 long drives.
Another great game in a classic rivalry. The Bills having beaten Kansas City in the regular season 4 years in a row is worth, with $2.39, a Pure Leaf at the convenience store. But at least they know they can do it, and they've done it in Kansas City 3 of those 4 times. We will see. Matt, thank you. Enjoy the games on Sunday.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Matt Verderame, SI.com.